The lighting is always wrong with this thing, but is it not too bright or too dark? Anyway, let's get started, shall we?
They fear one name, not because he's noisy, but because he's solid. The only candidate they truly want out of this race is Atiku Abubakar, because they fear him. They think pressure will stop him from contesting. They are pushing a campaign that says he has been running and losing. He should not contest. 20 the man is early. But listen well, Nigeria. Since when did persistence become a crime? Since when did courage become an insult? Since when did experience become a disqualification? They want Atiku out because they know he can win. Across the north, across the south, across the lines they cannot cross. If he ran before, it means he is ready. If he tried before, it means he is strong. Only cowards quit in silence. Champions return when history calls. So let the people speak, let the millions rise, let the call go forth. Atiku must contest, Atiku must run. Let all Nigerian people lift this call loud and clear, in words and poetry and song, in spirit and in fire. Our demand is simple, our message is united. Atiku must run. He's loved by millions across Southeast, Southwest, South, and the North. Nigeria needs him, Nigeria wants him, and history is waiting. Atiku must run, Atiku must run.
And there it is right there. Atiku must run. One le, one oba. So that means Pay is a bit of a Hussein Bolt. So Atiku on the run, but are you? That's the question. Atiku must run. I mean, what do you mean Atiku? When has Atiku not ever run? But that's the thing. But the thing is, he runs into the middle of a ditch. That seems to be the backstory of Atiku. Atiku, oh gosh. You see, my system has a mind of its own. The lighting dips in and out. So, all right. Atiku must run, and so must you. Yes, Atiku must run, and so must you. Sadly, we must run as well, and we're running today as well. So apology for the long absence. There's a long absences in between streams. That seems to be the new normal now. Atiku must run. That's the thing. But Atiku can run wherever he wants to run to, but hopefully sufficient enough of you run here. The protocol still remains the same, irrespective of any gaps in between the streamings. Anytime we do come out, the protocol always remains the same. Click on the like button. Do that now. Subscribe. Do that now. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. Let me send it in again, actually. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you want to come join me, just click on that. So click on that, like, share, and subscribe. Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Share the links as widely as you can. Say hello to me in the comment section. I've been absent for so long, nobody says hello anymore. But as ever, always reliable. Ufuama Michael will always say hello. Good to see you, my guy. Well, I'm still not of the determination if Ufuama Michael is a male or a female, but Anyway, I don't know. Maybe he's not sure himself. Who knows? Uh, all right, good day to you and all that. So a lot has been happening within the political space, but then not that much has also been happening within the political space. So it is between those yin and yangs that's not been able to. Good to see you, Tony Ekaro. Look at that. Our Edo guy is learning Yoruba. So yes, there has been a lot of goings on. I'm trying to bring up a particular storyline, but it's hiding behind it's hiding behind a paywall. But we'll see. Let's see if we can navigate that. Can we bring it in from there? We'll see. Oh, all right. So a lot has been happening, as I said. El-Rufai, El-Rufai is starting to become humbled somewhat. I'm sure a lot of you saw his wife come out on a Rice TV, almost on her knees, her voice quaking, almost in tears. So this was the same El-Rufai, by the way, that was telling us in the throes of his pomp under the Buhari administration that electoral officials will be sent home in body bags. And now, how had the mighty fallen? Barely 3 years later, his wife is on her knees on national television, pleading for the liberty of her husband. So there it is right there, the humbling. I think that Fulani thing has to be humbled if we are ever going to make any progress within the Nigerian space. That Fulani thing has to be humbled. And I think if there's ever any opportunity to humble it, I think Tinubu is the most perfectly placed person that can humble that Fulani narrative. So if Tinubu doesn't humble that Fulani narrative in this cycle, then we're doomed in perpetuity to that narrative. So El-Rufai's wife on her knees. So we have that. Oh no. All right. Okay. I don't think this story wants to come up. We also have your friend Peter Obi still defending his $150 million and 36 billion naira savings that he claims he left in Anambra State, even though his successor, what's it called, Willie Obiano, has told us he did no such thing. Let me see if I can actually bring this one up. Actually, so let's see if we can bring this one up and get it out of the way. Let me see. Can I bring it up? Will it let me? Let's see. Let's try and bring that one up. See if we can. Yes. Let me try and bring. Hold on. No, it won't let me. Will it? Oh, it might let me. Let's see if it will let me. Oh, all right. Oh, it does let me. So safety domain. Good to see you, my guy. So people keep saying hello as you're coming in. Let me know where you are, where you're joining us from. So it does let us in. So let me just get through this one, because this is that thing now. You see this particular headline. Peter Obi defends $150 million, 36 billion naira savings, dares critics to verify records. So this, if you are looking at Peter Obi and then you want to look at what is hinging all of his narratives on. So the Peter Obi narrative hinges on two stalks or two stilts. The Peter Obi narrative, it hinges on two stilts. It tells us that he took education from whatever to number one in Anambra State. So that's his whole narrative hinges on that. And then it tells us that he left these vast savings in Anambra State. So those are the two spaces that Obi speaks to, because I don't think he says anything outside of that he left these endless billions of naira, and then he took Anambra State to number one in education. So those are the two spaces. Good to see you, Balogun. Yes, joining us from Manchester. Yes, that's one of my people right there. So those are two spaces that Peter Obi hinges his narrative, and they are very, very feeble things, by the way. I'm not quite sure how that recommends anything, that you left 36 billion naira in savings in a grossly underdeveloped state, and you acted as governor for 8 years, and you cannot point to any significant project that you left behind. And what you are telling us, are you a banker? Did they employ him as a banker? We know he doesn't have the qualifications of a banker. He did what? Philosophy or something in UNN, spent 6 years doing philosophy, came out with a pass or something. So we know he's definitely not a banker, and we know that he was not rigged into the Anambra State governorship space to save money. So rather than tell us that I built this, that, and the other, what are the edifices? You know, because the mark of an administration is the legacy edifices that they left behind. Tinubu left LASMA, he left the Eco-Atlantic, he left the reclaimed seas, he left all these manners of structure, he left infrastructure. Donald Duke, he left Tinapia in River State. You go there, you still see it. Yemson Wike left a vast road network, all manners of it. Go to Ebonyi State. Where was Akpabio governor? There are edifices, there are infrastructural edifices that you can point to as legacy of their administration. So that is what a governor is elected for. A governor is elected to provide social amenities, infrastructure security, to ameliorate the sufferings of the people and lift that place from wherever it is that it finds it to a higher plane. And that lifting is infrastructurally, it wraps around infrastructure, it wraps around social insulation, it wraps around education, all of these things. These are the things you are employed to do as a governor, not to save money. And anytime you ask Peter Obi what he has done, he will tell you he left $36 billion. Dollars, he stole that one. He will tell you he left 36 million naira in Anambra State. Peter Obi defends $150 million, 36 billion naira savings, dares critic to verify records. And by the way, Obiano has already come out to debunk that. I've played the clip of Obiano debunking that endlessly on this platform. Right. Former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has addressed his decision to leave office in 2014 with about 150 million naira dollars and 36 billion naira in state savings. He explained that the funds were legitimately invested across commercial banks, adding that all investments were transparent and could be independently verified. Correspondents report that Obi made the disclosure during an interview with media entrepreneur Chud, something or the other, responding to claims that he deposited Anambra State funds in banks with which he allegedly had links. Obi said critics were entitled to their opinions, but maintained that the records were open for scrutiny. Whatever you do, people have their views, Obi said. He explained that the state had $50 million and 12 billion naira in diamond. And by the way, if you look at all of the banks that Obi is saying that these monies were left in, not only are they Igbo-owned banks, which is one thing, the second thing is that he has interest in those banks. So those banks link financially to him personally. He explained that the state had $50 million and 12 billion naira in Diamond Bank, another $50 million and 12 billion naira in Fidelity Bank. That Fidelity Bank, he's the major shareholder in that one, and a further $50 million and 12 billion naira in Access Bank when he handed over. We had, for example, when I left, I had $50 million in Diamond Bank, same bank. Does Anambra State have the money? Anambra State savings, I'm just reading it as it's written, $50 million in Fidelity Bank, which is supposed to be the bank I'm involved in. What do you mean it is supposed to be? Is it not a matter of public record that you're a major shareholder in the bank? What does that even mean? Which is supposed to be the bank you're involved in? $50 million in Access Bank, he said. According to him, the dollar deposits were invested in bonds at publicly known rates and did not result in any losses to the state. Go to those banks. Let me start with the dollar. There are bonds. The rates are issued. Everybody knows the rates. Go to them and see if there is anyone who has been shortchanged to be added. The former governor challenged critics to identify another Nigerian state where governors left office with comparable savings. Today, who else has saved? Show me any other sub-national state in this country where a governor left with savings. One, and I will stop running. So, anyway. I think it's already established that Donald Duke left more in savings than Peter Obi did. It's also established that, what's it called? Tinubu left. Anyway, the guy is just. Apologies that we are still having to discuss this guy. We shouldn't really be discussing Peter Obi anymore. It's too low of a quality for us to be engaging on this platform. But there he is right there. So that's Peter Obi right there doing his usual nonsense. Did you hear that thing when he went around saying they were attempting at his life? Did you see that ridiculous guy? I had the thing. Did I save it? This guy, he went to the airport and he was trying to do Mr. Big Man, and they called him to order. And very, very quickly, it's turned into they are attempting at his life. I don't think I saved that. I saw it on Bayo on Onuga's Twitter feed just earlier on. So that's that one. What else have we got? Yes, what else have we got? Oh, all right, so this next one here, this one is a bit left field. This is not what we traditionally usually discuss on this platform, but this has been one of the most trending storylines in Nigeria, in the Nigerian media space today. Court grants Pella 500,000 naira bail over alleged resistance to police. So I think most of you actually know who this boy is. We cannot pretend not to know him. So most of you must know who this boy is. It's a TikToker called Pella. I think it's a 20-year-old boy, so we can call him a boy because most of us are twice his age. So it's a TikToker called. It's the number one TikToker in Nigeria, by the way, supremely wealthy for a 20-year-old boy. Court grants Pella 500,000 naira bail over alleged resistance to police. TikTok personality Habib Pella Hamzat has secured a 500,000 bail after a Lagos magistrate court arraigned him for allegedly obstructing police officers and breaching public peace. Pella and Bello Oladipo appeared before the court on Monday. The case relates to an incident. So the upshot of it actually is that this guy was driving down the road with an unregistered vehicle with no plate number, and then the police stopped him. And then because he feels he has this online following, he then decided to start to fight and berate the police. And then they subsequently arrested him. Spent about 4 days in prison, at least locked in cell, not in prison, but in cell. So that's that Pella right there. So these people, they need a bit of humbling anyway. After God is the government, whether you have respect for the Nigerian authorities or not, they have the power over you. We campaigned for you. Grant my husband fair treatment. El-Rufai's wife to Tinubu. So at last, they have been humbled. Hajiya Aisha El-Rufai, wife of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, on Tuesday appealed to President Bola Tinubu to ensure her husband received fair treatment, saying the family had endured trauma despite the support they gave the president during the 2023 election campaign. Aisha, who spoke alongside El-Rufai's other wife at their Abuja residence, said the family was not asking the president to interfere with ongoing trial, but to ensure that the former governor enjoyed the constitutional rights guaranteed to every Nigerian. Her appeal came hours after the Independent Corruption Practices and Other Related Offences Commission confirmed the arrest of El-Rufai's personal physician, Professor Bello Abubakar, over alleged false statements linked to the former governor's medical visit whilst in custody. Aisha also alleged that her husband, who she said had been diagnosed with high blood pressure and high blood sugar, had been denied access to adequate medical treatment. She recalled the role she and her husband played during Tinubu's presidential campaign. Mr. President, sir, I campaigned for you. I stood up and went to every nook and cranny of Kaduna State for you. My husband stood by your side. Is this what our family deserve? The ball is in your court, Mr. President. All this can stop if you say a word. We believe that you're a father, and you know, and we know you can empathize, she stated. Aisha maintains that the family was not seeking special treatment or political interference in legal process. So if you're asking the president to say a word to end all of it, then what are you asking him to do other than to interfere with the legal process? Please, I am not asking you to tell them not to prosecute him, but we are asking you to allow him the basic human rights that the Constitution you swore to uphold and defend guarantees. Let them give him the bail that he can afford. If he's guilty, let the court decide. If he's innocent, let the court decide. She alleged that El-Rufai's continued detention and restriction on access to doctors, relatives and lawyers had left the family traumatized. We, the family, are traumatized. We live in constant fear that we will wake up and hear some bad news. I honestly think that what they are doing is more about psychological warfare against Madam and his family. If they humiliate and dehumanize, and put us in constant fear, they feel it affects him, she said. Aisha also questions the reporter. I wonder if she had the same sentiments when her husband was spying that Diata in Kaduna, when he was bulldozing everybody's home in Kaduna all those years, when he was so subsumed and consumed with power. Aisha also questions the reported decision to deny El-Rufai's personal physician access to him. We were told that orders from above said Professor Bello Abubakar cannot have access to anybody for 24 hours. Who is the above? She said. The family further alleged that El-Rufai had been denied regular access to his personal doctors, whilst visits by relatives have become increasingly restricted. They also raised concerns over a medical report purportedly issued by the National Hospital Abuja, saying questions surrounding the document's authenticity and the circumstances under which it was issued should have been investigated through the consultant whose name appeared on it. According to Aisha, the restriction had also affected the former governor's ability to prepare his defense. She reiterated the family's appeal for El-Rufai to be granted bail on conditions he could reasonably meet pending the conclusion of his trial. We do not shy away from defending ourselves, but we want a fair trial. We want an opportunity to be heard. Malam cannot adequately prepare for his defense whilst he remains in custody and has limited access to his lawyers. We are only asking that he be given the basic human rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Let him be granted bail on reasonable terms. If he's guilty, let the court decide. If it's innocent, let the court decide. She stressed. The appeal followed a statement by the ICPC on Tuesday, alleging that El-Rufai breached the conditions of a court-approved medical visit whilst in the commission's custody. The anti-graft agency said it had also arrested the former governor's personal physician, Professor Bello Abubakar, for allegedly making false statements. According to the commission, it facilitated El-Rufai's medical visit in compliance with the court's directive and its obligation to respect the rights and welfare of persons in custody. The commission further stated that the Kaduna State High Court fixed July the 6th, 7th, and 8th for accelerated hearing of criminal charges against the former governor, but that he failed to appear on the first day after insisting on seeing his personal doctors before leaving the court. So he cannot fail to appear now when he's in the custody of the EFCC. So that even makes absolutely no sense. All right, let's go on to another one. S&P places Nigeria on watch list for frontier market reclassification. So, I always talk about all these financial houses, all these rating houses internationally that credit rates you. So this S&P, S&P Jones, these are one of those financial rating houses that I talk about sometimes. So S&P Dow Jones, so it's the Dow Jones actually, has placed Nigeria on its 2027 watch list for a potential reclassification as a frontier market, citing regulatory reforms aimed at improving transparency, market integrity, and accessibility. The global index provider disclosed this in a notice released on Wednesday, noting that it will monitor developments in Nigeria for the remainder of 2026 before deciding whether to reclassify the country from its current stand-alone status to frontier during its 2027 country classification annual review. So I'm just trying to see what they mean, and then we'll move on. According to S&P Dow Jones Index, Nigeria's regulatory environment has undergone significant modernization designed to improve market transparency, enforcement, and integrity. The Nigerian regulatory environment has modernized to improve transparency, enforcement, and market integrity. While these reforms are intended to support a structurally more accessible market, a consistency in policy application and operational reliance are required for reclassification. So it's a wait and see sort of. So the approval of this is the financial market. When we talk about the financial market, we're not talking any further than this sort of spaces. So what they are saying is that they approve of all this raft of reforms that the country has been undergoing over the last 3 years, but they want a gestation period for assessment. So because they've even had periods of assessment, they want to see its application and workability, which is what we're seeing playing out in real time. Whilst these reforms are intended to support a structurally more accessible market, consistency in policy application and operational reliance are required for reclassification, the notice stated. Based on these developments, the index provider said Nigeria will remain under close observation throughout the rest of the year before a final decision is taken in 2027. Right, what does it mean? The development signal, what frontier status could mean for Nigeria? The development signals growing international recognition of reforms in Nigeria's capital market, although S&P stressed that consistent policy implementation and stronger operational reliance will be critical before the upgrade is approved. A return to frontier market status will improve Nigeria's visibility amongst global institutional investors that benchmark their portfolio against frontier market indices. Such a reclassification could also increase passive investment flows into Nigerian equities from funds that track frontier market benchmarks, whilst reinforcing confidence in the country's capital market reforms. So maybe all those first chair banks that I bought all those years ago, maybe they will amount to something eventually. Without missing words, Lagos will always experience some level of flooding. This is the governor that has given up. This is a hands up in the air surrender from Sanwo-Olu. He cannot tackle flooding in Lagos, and he claims to be a governor. Without missing words, Lagos will always experience some level of flooding. This is attributed to Sanwo-Olu. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has dismissed reports claiming the construction of the coastal road is the cause of the heavy flooding being experienced in the state. Some residents of the state have said they now experience flooding like they have never experienced before. Some analysts claim that the Lagos-Calabar coastal road by the Tinubu administration blocked some channels of water and increased the risk of the state suffering severe flooding. Pardon me. Now you see why I've not been out. So I'm carrying some sort of a bug, I think, for quite a few days now. Dismissing such claims, Governor Sanwo-Olu, dismissing such claims, Governor Sanwo-Olu said that by virtue of its coastal geography, Lagos will always experience some level of flooding during heavy rainfall. Lagos is a coastal city. When people say Lagos has flooded, without missing words, we will always experience some level of flooding. We only pray that it will not be severe. So the strategy of the Lagos state government now is prayer. Prayer is their action to counter flooding. They are going to pray. This is it. Lagos is a coastal city. When people say Lagos has flooded, without missing words, we will always experience some level of flooding. We only pray that it will not be severe. These are natural occurrences associated with coastal environments across the world, as the governor said. He explained that intense rainfall could temporarily overwhelm drainage systems, but noted that flood waters often recede after some time. He accused some social media users of creating misleading impressions by sharing images captured at the height of flooding without showing the situation after the water has subsided. So there it is. The Lagos has no proper drainage system. I think it's okay to say that. That's not a controversial statement to make. Tinubu orders probe into fake investment promotion council. So that's the Gbajabiamila storyline still bubbling along. Ume accuses Ali Modu Sharif of whipping up Anti-Obi sentiments in the north. I don't think he especially needs to whip up Anti-Obi. The Northerners don't like with Obi. Let's be straight on that. They don't even like Tinubu, but they find Peter Obi insufferable. It's a fraud now, and they see through him. Senator representing the Anambra State Central, Victor Ume, has accused former Borno State Governor Ali Modu Sharif, or Sharif, yes, of attempting to whip up sentiments against the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC, Peter Obi, in northern Nigeria ahead of the 2027 general elections. Ume was reacting to comments made by Sharif during an appearance on Channels Television's Politics Today on Monday, where the former governor said Northerners would not vote for Obi in 2027 because he's divisive. I am not worried about Peter Obi at all because I know the Northerners would never vote for Obi, Sharif said. When reminded that Obi secured substantial votes in states such as Nasarawa and Plateau during the 2023 presidential election, Sharif dismissed the comparison arguing that circumstances have changed. The situation is different now. You know why? Peter Obi, when he was governor, chased all the northerners out of Anambra State. He said, responding on the same program, Umese Sharif is still operating with outdated political thinking, adding that Nigeria had moved beyond divisive politics. Can you imagine that? That's a Peter Obi acolyte telling us Nigeria has moved beyond divisive politics. Undume hails Tinubu security actions, says bandit now under pressure. So we'll see. I think there's a lot of activities going on in that sort of bandit narrative anyway, but we'll see how that plays out. But let's leave it there. I'll play you the Kegite music. If anybody wants to come up, come up. We'll see how that goes. Let me play you the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu do. Eruku lele egbe elemu dode o jare o. Eruku Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Bishop. Always a delight when Bishop is here. Baba is in the house. Always a delight when Baba is here. Patoski with us. Good to see you, Pato. Prince Daddy makes up the assemble so far. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody also hop on. So anybody also hop on. Thanks for joining our gentlemen. Usually we say lady and gentleman, but Zita not here yet. So thanks for joining. Let's start it off, kick it off with you, actually, Bishop. So we are leading with the El-Rufai storyline because I feel somewhat that he has been humbled for all of the preening and peacocking that he was doing under the Buhari administration. Now his wife on her knees. Bishop.
A very good evening to everyone. Please let me know if I'm loud and clear on the highway.
We can hear you loud and clear, Bishop. Good
evening. Especially good evening, Baba. How are you, sir? Bless God. I think, yeah, I think, well done, woman. It's been a while. Very interesting topic. I mean, I want to go with El-Rufai case. And it's very pathetic. It's unfortunate that it got to that level. They are putting the carts before the horse. Some people should have called El-Rufai to order. And it's just try and take it easy. You are getting too far. Coming to combat him, reckless a little bit. Because El-Rufai is someone I actually like. And personally, I really like it because I remember the forces he faced when he was the BPE and he was the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. Yeah, not that he's perfect or he's absolute, even though he has this air of superiority that's like he's better than every other person. I mean, but every one of us, we have our weaknesses here and there. And but when he began to walk out of line, I was expecting reasonable people around him to call him to order. You are taking up on a government that you help bring into power. And there is every indication that it's got for your own personal whatever because you were not adequately rewarded in code, which I felt very bad about. I thought maybe the president should have been, but with the kind of characterization is exhibited, I mean, afterwards, I'm beginning to see maybe there is even sense in not making him part of the administration. But I was really looking forward to him being there himself and what's his name? Raji Fashola. If you remember, we had that conversation severally here. I was thinking he would be a very good either chief of staff or SGF, you know, between himself and Fashola or Fashola as Attorney General. So unfortunately, that did not be. And then you now just wanted to bring down the roof. Let's even assume that some of the things you were fighting for were, but the way you went about it, and his family, look at his children. I'm sure somebody somewhere documented everything that the children were saying against
President.
president. Everything. The
Calling him
video,
a
even from
scuba.
the wife. And to be close, I mean, we hate Sheyi Tinubu or love him. He's never come out to utter a word against his father's perceived or imagined or real enemies. Not a word. I see the kind of language, gutter language, El-Rufai was using against the president. He called the president a bandit. And his children.
Do you remember when that his son called Ezekwesili a prostitute? Do you remember?
That's where I'm going now. Look at the kind of language he's uncouth, untrained, badly brought up, irresponsible children were using against the president and his family. So now their eye is opening. As bad as they are, I really wish that this can be resolved and not let it escalate. If there is a way they can really come down and say, look, okay, this is it. Just I really want them to leave. The man has served the country. He did it to the best of his ability.
Did you see the wife on Arise TV?
Yes, I saw her yesterday.
Hold on, Bishop, hold on. Oh, okay, just carry on. Yeah. I was going to engage you.
I saw her yesterday. Yeah, go ahead. I saw her yesterday.
No, I was going to say that. Did you see her on Arise TV?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, hold on. Did you see her on Arise TV when she was trying to make the argument that there's a political undertone to what is happening to her husband now? And do you have any sympathy with that particular argument? Do you not see an element of political undertone to all of this?
There's no political. See, people used to say, even Portable, as rash as he is, he knows after God na government. Everybody knows that. So what she's trying to do is not to appear that she's on all fours, crawling. Okay, I mean, somewhere along the line, let's pontificate a little bit, but she's pleading. So all those ones are just to add a little bit of okay, we are not like, it's not like we are conquered. It's not like that. But the truth of the matter is that they should. And what she's doing on national television is not what she should be doing. It should be pressing button, especially she that has not really been, because that's the senior wife, not the other one, not Adiza. No, it's Adiza. It's not the junior wife.
This is the junior one. No. This is not the first one. This is Afisa or something. The madam of the house is the mother of those adult ones.
The senior wife?
No, this is not the most senior.
How many? I thought they had 2 wives.
4.
Oh, 4.
Yeah. Okay. But was the woman loyally in your own opinion?
Was he what?
Was he loyally? She's a lawyer, so I'm asking if she was loyally in her presentation.
No, she was not. Definitely not. I mean, I was surprised when the car was introducing her as a lawyer, and he said it about 2 or 3 times that she was loyal. No, she was not loyally. If that's what you mean. If I mean, I think no, I don't think so. That's my opinion. I don't know. Maybe that was not what I was looking for. I don't think so. I usually like that view. I would have.
Have we lost you? Or have you lost me?
God think.
Oh.
Are you there?
Yes,
no,
we lost
you
momentarily.
Sorry about that. I think, I mean, it's the highway. So what I'm saying necessarily is unfortunately, this is what they should have done right from the beginning. Look for ways to go and talk to traditional rulers, to senior people. One person I know they will talk to that will have been able to get the listening ear of the president is the Emir of Bogu. What's his name? Emir of Bogu. Because that man, Tinubu, holds in very select people that you know cannot say no to. Say, look, Baba, this man is your Abu.
You know, Bishop, there was a time that the Sultan spoke to him about El-Rufai. There was a time, I think that was about 8 months ago, thereabout. In the early phases of this, the Sultan of Sokoto spoke to him. Yeah.
See, the Sultan himself, I'm sorry, the Sultan himself has not really been totally clothed in glory. The way he has reacted to some of these matters plaguing us as a nation. There was a time that we needed to hear his voice when Fulanis were running rampage everywhere. I mean, Ojogate, Yoruba people used to say, Ufese mejeji tile, gate. There are times that elders of the land should speak up. Elders of the land should necessarily, at that point in time, when Fulani headsmen, whether they are headsmen or whatever, were running rampage, even though he cannot stop them, but it should have been a very good thing to hear his voice. Come on national television and call them out that everybody, every Fulani that is caught in criminality is not representative Fulanis. We disown them, deal with them ruthlessly. Things like that would help us. I'm using this, let me say this very quickly. When we disowned majority of the traditional rulers in Yoruba and disown Sunday Igboho, it is because we don't want to know. We don't want to create a Frankenstein monster. We don't want to create a monster that at the end of the day we now become another Nnamdi Kanu, that we give young people orders, and because they are very impressionable and foolish and stupid, they will run riots and turn our land to what do you call it now? To an abattoir, a slaughtering slab. And many people called him out. And that worked to some extent. Because why? He realized at some point that, look, he did not have the kind of stupid, massive support that the other guy had. So for me, El-Rufai's people and the people that know him should have intervened much earlier. His wives should have gone to people, prominent people, and say, look, help us to talk to the president. When El-Rufai came, he was grandstanding, he was pontificating. Yesterday, in that interview, as it was horrible that Charles himself did not, of course, we know his position, did not mention what the man said on his own national television. They just glossed over that part of wiretapping and the rest. I said it doesn't matter. Now, the appeal, yes, they have granted him bail. This is at the discretion of the judge, and they said condition that he cannot meet. Let us ask ourselves certain question. Apart from the financial aspect, somebody that should have a house in this place and this place, how is it difficult for civil servants of Kaduna State origin to stand surety?
Let me ask you a question there.
Yes, sir.
If we reverse the table and Tinubu was the one in this situation,
yes,
and they gave that kind of bail condition, don't you think Tinubu within 48 hours will be out of
That's what I'm saying now. Why is it difficult for some people to stick their neck out if you are that good?
Because he is a bad man.
Why is it difficult for people? Because I about some time ago I was wondering, why is this man still kept? About 3-4 courts have given him. And look at some of the conditions. They are not very. So there is no traditional ruler in Kaduna State that can say, if I'm going to lose, I mean, Esther, I'm sorry to go biblical.
Emir of Zazau turned them down.
I mean, Esther in the Bible, the biblical story say, if I perish, I perish. So there is no one of your traditional rulers that can say, look, what is there? I put my signature. When I will lose my, let it be. Not a single person. Not a single person.
She spoke on that space in that interview with Charles, and she was saying that they wanted civil servant of a certain
level
gradient,
17 also.
of a certain gradient that had a house worth X amount in Maitama or something, and she was saying that any civil servant of that gradient cannot come out openly to say that they own a house worth billions, because that will put them in the clutches of the EFCC and all that.
What matter? That's not what I said. I am saying there is one of it that requires a traditional ruler in Kaduna State. Not even its local government, in the whole of Kaduna State. I'm not talking of the civil servants. I'm saying there is one.
Even Bishop, if we were to be civil servants, there are a lot of civil servants in that grade that are royalty, that inherited vast estates. Nobody will question them if they come out with their full chests.
No, they can even have their house and buy it. They can even have their house and buy it when it is cheap, was cheap now.
Exactly.
They say civil servants in Lagos, the house, a particular house. You will see them now. Those ones, Lagos State Property Development.
Those ones we sold the Koi houses to at 17,000 naira.
Yes, now.
For their retirement.
Yeah, now. Yes,
I'm not even, see, you are even going faster. I'm even saying there are more than 779 or something traditional rulers in Kaduna State. From first class to second class to third class. Let's not go to South Kaduna. Let's even say his own emirate. Is there no one that can stick their neck out and say, he's our son now? Whatever is going to happen, let it happen. Oh yeah. I'm not talking of house in my town.
Okay. Why do you think that is? Why do you think no one is sticking out their neck? It cannot be unpopular to the extent that nobody will stick out their neck.
God, one man, even though I'm driving, the answer is flying in the air. Now, why are you asking me the obvious? I have unlimited time.
He's just a bad man, that's all.
I mean, it's painful.
Somebody who told us
somebody I like.
Several times that the president is scared of him. Who is scared of him now?
Somebody he came out and said he would teach them how they would defeat Tinubu in Lagos. He would send him back to, I'm sorry. There is one thing. You see, I have had the privilege of teaching Bible, and I love Joseph. And I'm going to end on this. I love Joseph. Now I studied Joseph a lot. I saw Joseph, and when people were seeing him as a very perfect, I tried to look at the other side, and I realized that somewhere along the line, Joseph was not as perfect. Yeah, he tried. God helped him. But somewhere along the line, he became very cocky. He became very arrogant because he knew he was loved by his parents. So I used to use that to teach people that. So God decided to tame him, to cut his wings at some point and humble him so that he can fit. And that was why he had to go through all those challenges that he went through. I mean, being plotted against by his brothers. He was actually disrespecting his brothers, irrespective of the fact that God has chosen you to use you. That does not give you the license to disrespect your brothers and to insult and abuse them and become cocky and arrogant and air-filled. But he was doing it, so God humbled him. Now, I'm not saying El-Rufai was bad. As good as he was becoming a little bit too cocky. There was a need to clip him. There is no individual that should be bigger than Nigeria. If you are the president of Nigeria, you are powerful. You will clip the wings of any individual that want to behave in the way and manner El-Rufai started behaving. He was becoming too cocky. He was becoming too overbloated. His utterances were unguarded. He was like he's untouchable. And anybody that wants to behave that is untouchable in Nigeria, I really want Nigeria to touch that person. I like El-Rufai. I really used to, because I've known El-Rufai for years. I really liked him. I know people that were, some few people that were very close to him. Now, is the way the wives are going the way they're supposed to go? I don't think so. I think they should have gone underground and look for people and seek audience with the president. The president, 1 second, seek audience with the president in company of 1 or 2 traditional rulers. And say, Baba, power to be. How, what do you want us to do? How do you want us to navigate this out? One thing is certain, they have cautioned the children because they've not been posting that their nonsense, incendiary, irritating, disgusting, and stupid postings. They stopped that. And I'm sure it was not by accident. It was just realization that thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Bishop. Thank you, Bishop. So thank you for starting it also excellently. So Baba, we've been away for a while. We're back now. A lot has happened in the political cycle, including Sanwo-Olu telling us that he's not capable of running Lagos State. Floor is yours, Baba.
You are beating me with the Lagos flood. I mean, that is understandable. Even the best of places. We saw Spain last year. We saw New York Port Authority station. That was last year also, and early this year too. And we know what happened in Mississippi. In the US is everywhere. Once the what is an example of what the road to hell is paved with. When you see flood, and you will come to believe in God that when God said he would destroy the world with water, he knows what he was saying. The water we drink, the water we use to bath and do everything with can do a lot of damage to mankind. I mean, once you are in the coastal line, there is no way you can avoid flooding. The same breath, it happened in Lagos, it happened in all the coastal cities, Cotonou, Porto Novo, Accra, Abidjan, and all the rest. It happened simultaneously. And Accra was the worst hit. Most of the videos they are showing that it's Lagos, most of them are Accra floods. And some of these cities are a little bit below the sea level. So they are like in a valley. So there is nothing, we can't escape it. We can only just continue to build boulders to mitigate against it and reduce the effects. It's going to be maybe an annual or triannual thing. And that is it. It's a reality we have to live with. I mean, can you imagine in places like Florida and all the rest, they have hurricane season. For centuries, they've been having it. When it comes, it devastates and they build back. It doesn't mean that they are not competent of building something capable of withstanding hurricane.
Sorry, Baba,
Yes.
let me help you 1 second.
Yeah.
Louisiana.
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, not even Hurricane Katrina. What's the name of that city now? New Orleans.
New Orleans. Yeah.
Predicted to go underwater in how many years now? I can't remember how many years, but because I mean, that place is underwater. Flood is every day event, and they have said that they have to find a way to relocate those people because in another decade or thereabout, that place is going to completely be underwater. The entire of New Orleans and so many of the environs.
Yeah, that's just the reality. So let them continue. I mean, we have options in life. If you think the flood is too much for you to bear, you can relocate to elsewhere. We do that. Everybody do.
But do you think that why are they not able to manage it? It happens every year now. So why are they not able to channel the waters and put it to use?
It's not about channeling it. It's about citizens' responsibility too. When you throw a lot of nonsense, furnitures, kitchen utensils, anything, they just throw it in the waterways and also build on waterways. So when you do that, of course, that is going to be the result. And when they start breaking back these things that are causing it, they politicize it. So what do you want the government to do? But the only thing I have quarrel with the government is that they were sleeping while the Lagos was taken over by waste products all over the place. People were just dumping everything. I think
what about the coastal road angle that people are introducing it to? Because they're saying the flood this year is the most they've ever seen, and they're saying that the coastal road has blocked off some of the drainage funnels for the flooding.
That's not true, one man. You remember there was this period Ashwaju had this problem with Sanwo-Olu. It's not about the Lagos Lagoon, they've shrink it continuously, because Lagos Lagoon is a kind of pathway where the Lagos flood empties into the ocean. But they've reclaimed most of the land, and that most of them are even illegal. That is where the problem is. And they've told those people to vacate those lands, stop construction. It has nothing to do with the coastal line. Honestly, believe me, one man, they can say whatever they want to say. They will always want to poo-poo the coastal highway, but that's not true. That is not true. It's about the reclaimed land, illegally reclaimed land of the Lagoon. Because Lagos, nature has a way of structuring itself. The Lagos Lagoon, you understand, is providing the buffer for it, because everything empties into the lagoon empties into the ocean. But besides that, the waste is just too much in Lagos. They dump things anyhow.
But Baba,
yes, sir.
Baba, sorry. I think the question we need to ask them is, why is the coastal road not causing flood in Calabar? After all, they are doing it also in Calabar.
Okay,
you understand what I'm saying?
Line too.
And that's also it. That is coastal line too. So why is it not causing flood in Calabar?
Yeah, but let's just leave that. Let me quickly come to Obi before I transit through Obi to El-Rufai. You see what I find out about that interview, most comical, and I think the man needs a psychiatric evaluation. When he said the president has not called Makinde. Listen carefully. The president has not called Makinde. In another breath, within 40 seconds, he said when he had problem with flooding around 2 a.m. when he went there in his state when he was governor, Obi called Baba OBJ. Same thing when he had problem when Yaradua was there, he called. So you can call as a governor, but you are asking the sitting president to call Makinde. Are you following the logic or illogic? That's why I say he needs a psychiatric evaluation, because he just said the president has not called Makinde. So the sitting president should call a governor who has a problem, or the governor should call Asiwaju to put him on notice. But at the same vein, he was trying to justify that by saying, oh, I called. You are a governor, you call your president. Makinde did not call his president. He's posing. So that's why I say, I think anytime he opens his mouth, it's shit that spills out of his mouth. The better his handlers.
What about the cry? What about his cry that they're after his life?
That is, I mean, it's a trader's talk.
That guy is not getting.
It's a trader's talk. He's just talking like a typical trader trying to sell a bad product. They're all over in Ladipo, in Alaba. Once you hear them sweet mouthing you like that, know definitely they are trying to sell bad product. Who wants to kill him? Of what use he is? You are a trader. You are not manufacturing anything. It's what you are selling. Apart from your investment in the financial sector, you are a trader. The woman in Idumota is a trader. You are a trader. So what has government got to do with your trading activity? If you are not selling your market, you are not selling your market. Or is it the alakaras that will come to your supermarket to buy things? You understand? You are a trader. So who is stopping you? You are not producing one single spoon, not even a plastic chair. And you want to lead us from consumption to production. a country that is the second in Africa, continent of Africa, apart from Egypt, that has more factories producing more things than any other. Fact check me. If you want to now leave, a naked man when won't dash me clothes. So he just have nothing to offer.
We have more factories than South Africa.
Yeah, fact check me. I may be wrong, but fact check me, please. Fact check me on that. I think after Cairo, after Egypt is Nigeria. Please. Fact check me on that. I may be wrong, but if we are not second, we are third. And that doesn't that surprise you? Out of 54 countries in the continent of Africa, and you say consumption to production. Why the same moment Dangote was a trader, Buaman was a trader, and a host of others all started as traders, but they've transited and they're big man. They own conglomerate today. They run factories. So what you cannot do on your own as an individual, then you want to do it as a president. You want to unite the country. You can't unite LP. You can't unite ADC. You can't even unite NDC. You want to unite a country of like Nigeria. I beg, make the man pack his leg, enter house, because or his handlers will just go and hide him. He has nothing to offer this country. All he wants to do is to sit as a president, hand over the country to the Odikalus and the Professor, what's that man that looks like albino, hand it over to them to run and experiment with and destroy the
economy. It's not in Kado now.
No, the other one in Lagos Business School.
Oh, is it
Utomi, and
yes.
the likes of him. Those are the people that now he will hand over to, while he himself, like he did in Anambra, will be pocketing what he can pocket. That's all about him. He has nothing. He's just a trader. They want to destroy your business. Which business? Sure. And to El-Rufai, I mean, the man hasn't seen anything yet. I've always repeatedly said on this platform that after God is government. After God, it's government. And Tinubu is not only in government, Tinubu is in power. Tinubu is not only in government, he is in power. They should get that into their skull. He is the president of Nigeria. As we speak, I don't know tomorrow. But while he remains president, respect that office. Because you could be a president yourself tomorrow. So the kind of respect you want people to accord that office when you are there, according to the man that is there today. You sit there and call president a bandit. Oh, he's scared of me. He's going to be distant thought in the next election. I will deal with him. You were not only at it, your children were also at it. They call a sitting president somebody who has more adult children, senior to you, more qualified than your children even, in some cases. You call him Escobar. What kind of twat is he bringing up? And you never call them to caution because you have maybe the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt backing you up, and the man in Sokoto who is leveraging upon being a military attaché in Pakistan, in Saudi Arabia, in I think he was in Iraq. He thinks he can leverage on that with a sitting government. The world is different.
He was a former colonel, wasn't he?
No, he retired as a brigadier general, I think, 2006. His gift. I used to know him when he was a major. He stays in Sheraton Hotel. He stays in Sheraton Hotel.
Even on the one on Obafemi Awolowo.
Yeah, he stays. That's where he stays as a major. He waits. The morning you see him, he eats in the restaurant and walks away. That's how everyone will like it. You know, he's from the Makido stock of the Emirate, Sokoto Sultanate. He retired as a brigadier general. Of course. Gifted brigadier general. I think that was...
Was he not a Macedo that was the emir? What happened to the Macedo? Was he not? Did they pay him to have this guy in?
No, that's his uncle. I don't think so. I think that one just he passed and it's his turn. You understand? And I think he had problem with the advisor, the one that is also of the royal blood in Sokoto Sultanate, the Jonathan Defense National Security of this thing. They contested for it, and the government of the day favored him. So he's there since 2006, I believe. So that's what they didn't call him to caution then. They did not call him to caution, to say, look, caution your children. Stop saying these things. Just because they didn't make you a minister. It's not the end of the world. Plot quietly. Do what you want to do.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to remember. I think the emir before him, Machido, was dethroned. Was that not the one that was dethroned?
What's the name of the... I forgot.
It was Dasuki that was this.
It was Dasuki. He took over. This first Assad took over from Machido.
Was it Machido that died in the air crash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. But did he come after that Macedo? Who came after?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came after Macedo.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying now. They fight the old
Macedo.
Yeah.
He came after Macedo.
Okay.
So these are the things, they were trying to clear. At times when you think you know too much, look what they did in that aspect of the National Hospital. Is private doctor, that doctor who issued that doctor's report, works at the National Hospital. El-Rufai is not a patient, a registered patient of the National Hospital. The National Hospital has a director. Now they want a medical report. You, as a private doctor to El-Rufai, working at National, use National Hospital papers to write his medical report. Why not use your own letterhead as a specialist to do it? That was why the National Hospital Director denied the report. That this report issued, we can't find this patient in our records. It's not registered with us. So who issued this? I think they sent him, they sent that doctor a query and even arrested him also. Because while he was there, he said that I think he should come around 5 p.m. for consultation on a certain date. Then the DSS in their wisdom said, look, 5 p.m., like that place will be isolated. We could be attacked. Let's take him there to fulfill righteousness at 10 in the morning where everywhere is crowded. If the attackers want to kill everybody to reach him, fine. The whole world will ask them what happened. So they took him there 10 o'clock in the morning. And yet they called this woman, they called all his political associates. By the time he was in the reception waiting to be called, all his political people in ADC were there consulting with him. They turned the whole place into a political rally point. But they've now turned the story. We didn't invite them. I was not having a meeting. How did those people arrive at that 10 a.m. to meet you up at the reception in that place? Did they want to give you a message from the Muslim Brotherhood? I'm asking rhetorically. But this guy has, look, when you take government and all government accoutrements, apparatus, people, that is people who work for the government, once they act, that's why a policeman will wear a uniform or a soldier will wear a uniform and shoot somebody and he walk away. Nobody can question him. It's the authority of the state. It's authority of the state. So now they are throwing dust in his eyes and rubbing his nose. People like this, they don't repent. They do not. Look, if they let him go today, El-Rufai will still wear the same garment tomorrow. He doesn't see, he thinks he's invisible. And he was going to be there. I told you from the beginning when this thing happened, when it started months ago, I said he's going to be in the DSA gulag for a very long time. You don't stand openly and tell people you are tapping, listening into the phone discussions of a sitting president. If you try this in Nguema's Equatorial Guinea or the man in Congo, he would have been gone long ago, fed to the crocodiles in a lake. It's a subversive and should be dealt with as a subversive. You don't stand against a state, no matter who you are. And I'm glad the treatment they are giving him. And it's a point, it's a direction for all others to be very careful with their mouth, what they say. A lot of them are walking tightrope in the periphery of subversiveness. They should be careful. Whether we have 1 day left to the election and the president is even have maybe 3 months left, he could still deal a fatal blow on them. And your friend, which you showed, I think, in an interview one-on-one in the morning, he's still repeating the same thing. I don't know why they do that, particularly the so-called intellectuals, that they want to use the state police for election. But how can you be telling people they want to use state police for election? Election, Bawu. How? 6 months away, we'll be doing elections. Do they think they just can carry people in a garage and try and wear them agbada or buba and shukoto, give them gun and start killing people? It's systemic. You have to recruit. You have to have uniform. You have to have police stations in place. He said he has not read anything about it. They should bring the papers on it. But I repeat again, one man, over almost a month and a half ago, you sent me the framework. I don't know whether you sent it to other people, one man. Did you? One man. Where is he now?
No, I didn't know I was muted. I sent it to 2-3 people. You
send it to more people.
And I think I sent it to, people don't like to label and read through these things, but I know you like to read through it. I sent it to you.
Why are they coming out to talk against it?
I sent it to Kulata. I'm not sure if I sent it to Zita.
Though it's the framework, and they say, oh, we've not seen it. We want to see it first. They will use it for election, which is a lie. And one thing I hate lies. Why are you deceiving the people? We want to read it. It's like they're hiding it.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
My apologies for coming again.
No, go ahead.
One of the critical things is that what you are saying, but we're surprised that nobody among the people that were there asking that Mr. Breaking Popular, can you give us the timing from where we are the next election, if it is feasible or possible to have the new state police?
Can you hear Bishop Baba?
No, I can't really hear him. I think he's traveling, he's driving actually.
Yes.
Can you repeat again, Bishop?
I think he's in a bad
Let's see if we
spot
can hear you properly.
Reception.
Are you hearing me now? Is it better?
Yeah. A little bit, yeah.
Okay, I was actually hearing myself, so I was wondering if it echoed. Let me go out and come back.
No, you're okay now.
Oh, I'm okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Because I keep thinking. What I asked is this. I was very disappointed that nobody asked me why they were there. You should give them the timeline from now. The bill has not been passed, so when they
exactly, and he said it's been passed.
When we
passed the bill,
they take the stage, we set up the. Can they achieve all of this within the next 6 months?
Even in the framework, it's 24 months. 24 months.
This thing we are saying now will not take place until another 18 months at the very earliest.
Exactly.
So, my problem is not with Odinkalu. He always lies to understand. My problem is with the other people that were there. Were they so daft not to be able to ask him that? Give us your own timeline.
You know, we've brought him on this platform before, Baba Odinkalu.
Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember we were asking him? It took umbrage to being called an obedient. Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe I'll go and cut that clip and repost it. Yeah, but he is an obedient, of course.
They can lie till they are blue in the face. They all know, and because of ethnic groupings or ethnic leaning, they can deny it till tomorrow. That's what they do. If they call it, but they are quick to call you a bigot. So I call them a maggot. Because when a bigot is denying bigotry, you are a maggotry. That's my own coinage. Because I don't know. When they keep saying they want to use it for election, and people are believing them. Why should I mean, nobody's asking. I mean, can you give us exactly in the next 6 months what a state can do to muster a state police? They don't ask that question, like Bishop said. They don't ask them.
Lagos State can have state police in 6 months. So
no, it's not possible.
No, they already have the shell of it. They have this some shells. Is it vigilante? They already have they have the personnel already. They have the structures already. They can just they can have it in 6 months.
Wait, that is community police, the green and white or something they will wear. Listen, they have to recruit first. Listen, you recruit first from a workbook, the kind of people you want. It is established in one of the paragraphs you sent me that even people in federal police today that wants to go to their states, they can empty them into their states. They will pay them fully their gratuity, discharge them from the federal technically, and put them in their state police. Even at that, there will be uniforms, boots, training school, training grounds, police stations. Are you listening? So work out all those ones, from recruitment to going to training school, adequately kitted, police station, their workstations, vehicles for operations, ammunitions, armor, and all the rest in 6 months. Come on, mom, man. Tell me, which state, even as rich as Lagos, you can't do this in 6 months. Even if it's hard work, no way. You can't just unleash people on the street, wear them one rickety uniform and say they are police. They don't even know they are left from right about law enforcement or law prevention. There is no way it can work within 6 months. Nowhere in the world. So the thing is, why are they mouthing this thing all over the platforms? Disinformation, misinformation. To what end? To what end? And the way they move from one pitching to the other,
Is it not the nature of opposition, though, to undermine the sitting government? That's what oppositions do now.
You do it in truth, one man. You do it in truth. I know we live in a world where they talk about alternative truth.
Alternative facts. Yeah.
Alternative fact. I heard that word first from that woman in Trump's first term. I can't remember her name now. There's something Kelly. The day I had that thing from Kelly, and Kelly something I can't remember, was Trump advisor in the White House, 2016 to 2019 or so. When I had alternative fact, and I sat down and asked myself, what's alternative fact? Because I come from old school. And I said, this one Lagbara, alternative fact. Does a fact have alternative?
Baba.
Yeah.
Maybe not joining this year last month.
You've joined what? Welcome to the club.
I was on this platform on that day.
That's
I don't know whether one was. Yeah, one was.
That's good. So even now, they even say two things can be true at the same time. In my own era, two things cannot. True is true. There is no alternative to true. Two things cannot be true at the same time. I don't believe in all this modern day philosophy and the things they say. It's all about deceiving the people and people looking for excuses for their failures or inadequacies or incompetence, or to cover an inadequate character. That's why they will say two things can be true at the same time. My truth cannot be your truth. True is true. Lie is lie. So when we hear all of these things, they hide under it and use abracadabra, English grammar to this. I'm not deceived. Because this police thing, we forget actually that the governors already, they are even controlling the courts, which is more formidable, the police or the courts. I will fear the courts. Because the police you can still walk your way even within the police hierarchy, the police station and everything. But once you are in court and the court slams you, that's it. And the state controls that. They've abused it, yes. We've got magistrate court under states, apart from customary court. States have their own high courts. They have their own attorney general. They have their own chief justice. Are we forgetting? Constitutionally, yes. They control all those things. They appoint their judges. They've abused it, but has it ended Nigeria? No. Are we not improving on it? Yes. Are there no layers of correction when you can transit from the state court to the high court?
All right, Baba, bring it on. We're going to go to Bartoski, but I think it's dropped. Pato, if you're listening, you can come back up. We're coming to you next. Baba, bring it on, and then we'll move it around.
So these are questions, because I subject myself to questions at times. I look at things objectively. I ask myself questions. I reverse myself. If I know I'm wrong or that trajectory I'm following is not the proper one. But I really detest it. Honestly, I detest it when somebody comes deliberately to deceive the people. I just don't like it. I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So we'll go to Zita, from Zita to Niger, unless Patoski turns up. So Zita, the floor is yours. We were talking about the outing of El-Rufai's wife.
No, you people should continue. I'm doing something. I'm in the US. Okay.
All right.
I'll come in later.
You guys are back to bombing Iran. Are you? This is your orange man.
Don't worry. When I come, we go talk. I'm busy now.
All right. Let's go to Niger then. Who joins us? So to Niger, we were talking about El-Rufai's wife and her outing on Arise TV, and then we're talking about Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the governor of Lagos State, who has come out to tell us that flooding is going to be a recurring decimal, and there is nothing that he can do about it, which I thought was somewhat an alarming thing to say. And then Tinubu orders probe into fake investment promotion council. That Femi Gbajabiamila saga, it looks as though Tinubu taking a position on that. Modu Sharif comes out to tell us that hell will freeze over before the North votes for Peter-Obi, and people are up in arms about that. And then we're also talking about a TikTok boy called Pella, who was arrested and released by the police. I'm not sure if you are following that space. So either those spaces or whatever else interests you tonight, as they call you on Kaizo. Whatever happened to Kaizo anyway? Is he all right?
He's married now. No, I don't think
I
he's
know.
married.
He has a daughter. He has a daughter. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So I think family life has a way of taking people in.
That nappy changing is a very humbling experience. But,
exactly. Yeah. Greetings, one man, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and everyone that is viewing. I wanted to address this. I don't know how El-Rufai managed to get himself in this situation. To be fair to the government, some of the pronouncements of El-Rufai before then about a kind of tracking the calls of national security advisor, things like that, to come out openly to be talking about it. You can't expect the government not to react. I don't know whether keeping him in jail without proper prosecution is the right way to go about it, because this government does that. You can see that Emefiele is in jail. So in a kind of, the government is behaving like a dictatorship, whereby they take you and they put you, use the process of in jail you really. And there's no chance of a bail and all that stuff when they know where they can ensure that El-Rufai doesn't go anywhere. So, but El-Rufai did expose himself. That is the fact. By some of these things, his pronouncements, he did expose himself. You can't expect to say those things in any country. The authorities will respond to you. So that is the fact of the situation. And given how strategic El-Rufai is, I would have thought I guess he's quite reckless too. I think that's also part of his nature. He's quite reckless, and Tinubu has taken advantage of that to keep him under check. Politically, it's wise for Tinubu to hold him, because allowing El-Rufai to be out there, maybe the damage is already done now. If El-Rufai was out there, I'm not sure ADC would have flown apart the way it did. Maybe P2B and Atiku would have reached some kind of agreement. He's that kind of person.
Tonight, do you read more politics into this than law and order? Do you think this thing is more leaning towards the politics of it than this guy having a case to answer?
I think it is both. For the first time, when the government reacted to something, I cannot, maybe to them it's politics, but from the point of view of the law, you have to respond to a statement that someone like El-Rufai like that made. Maybe there's a way he could have presented information that would mean that, okay, he is not guilty because some other person shared information. Even if some other person shared information, you should share it with the authorities, not start revealing national security in public like that. And that is, for me, that is a mistake he made, and he's very, very reckless. This is the guy that was talking about this parallel government when he was going after Jonathan. So he's been known, and he even went after Buhari too. When Buhari tried to, they were trying to change the currency, and he defied him. So he has a habit of doing things that are actually above the law. And I've always wondered, where does his power come from? Who empowered him to be this way? And maybe we'll find out. Maybe because you have him in jail, and the North may not like it, because this is one guy, say whatever he like, he sticks by whatever he believes in. And it tends to have a lot of sway in terms of ability to reach significant deals within Nigeria anyway. So on both fronts, I can't blame him completely.
Why are we not seeing significant northern backing for El-Rufai? Because outside of the political actors, you can say that, they will say that anyway. So outside of people like Atiku and those sort of voices, you don't hear any significant northern voice rallying to the defense of El-Rufai. Why do you think that is?
Maybe they're a little bit more logical now than to start asking to release somebody that made a national security statement that undermined the security of the country. Maybe they know better than that. It doesn't mean that behind the scenes they are going to be happy. No, El-Rufai does have people that like him. El-Rufai has people that are very loyal to him. And Tinubu just holding him the way he's holding Emefiele may not look very good. And the only advantage Tinubu has right now, most Tinubu's vote has to come from the southwest, south somehow, and maybe north central, because I don't see him getting that significant vote in the north. Based on, he's definitely not going to get as much as he got in the last election. Because a lot of Northerners, for various reasons, are unhappy, and El-Rufai is just one of a symbol of it. And personally, if I were him, damage done already. I think if you release El-Rufai now, he's not going to be able to do as much damage I think the area that El-Rufai could have done more damage was to ensure ADC worked, and but he's not there, and ADC has flown apart, and you have ADC and NDC now. So I think if that was the plan the government had, they should just let him go. And but we'll see how that one shapes up anyway. But my point is that El-Rufai did expose himself, and given he should know that Tinubu is very opportunistic. He shouldn't have allowed that.
You know, Tunaja, his wife, that's El-Rufai's wife, was on Rice TV, as I said earlier. And one of the things that she said that struck me was that they are trying to psychologically break him, El-Rufai.
And they can't. Good luck with trying to break someone like
You don't think he's been humbled already with his wife going on TV to cry?
She's a lady now. She's, at the matter of fact, it is doing more damage.
She wouldn't have gone on that thing without his consent.
No, yeah, he could. You see, that's my point. When she does that, Tinubu is still holding him. What do you think the North would think? They will even be more revolted. So this is the game that is going on right now. The guy is very, very astute in that sense. Because if the wife is coming out to plead for this scene, you know, not enough to be like, you see, he's only him, the woman is begging and he doesn't want to let him go. And all he did was say this thing. And, you know, behind the scenes, Tinubu has done so many things that will make the Northerners not want to vote for him. And I think that's why he's coalescing a lot of support in the South and acquiring as many governors as possible in the South and North Central. So we'll see how it goes.
But he owns all the northern governors as well. There's only 2 state governors that he doesn't own now. Soludo and one other. Soludo and Abia State.
The thing is, what I've discovered on the ground is different from what is actually happening in terms of votes. I spoke to a few, even in the South, a few councillors and a few people. And what you tend to hear is that they back their leader in the state. It doesn't mean they'll back them when they are voting. So there's that pattern that is going on out there, because Nigerians, you know how they behave. They are very, very astute at ensuring that they are ensuring their interest. So they feel like the way Tinubu government operates is that if you don't cooperate with them, they'll find something against you. So it's best to just cooperate with them. Then when it gets to the election, then you change direction. So there is that pattern, that there's that aspect that if you are thinking that Tinubu has, let's say, 32 states, in reality, he actually had maybe 26, 25 states, because the other ones are not necessarily behind it fully. So that is what is, and I actually think the ones that are not for him are mostly in the North. I think the ones in the South, for whatever reason, they've chosen that maybe it's better for him to do some of the things. There's a lot of even Southeastern governors that will be happy to see Tinubu humble the North. So it's not unheard of that the Southern people will back this in Tinubu on that. So, but I don't know. The game he's playing right now is a very, very tricky one. And to be fair, as it stands right now, Tinubu has advantage because the opposition is in disarray with the way they are behaving right now. I don't know. You know, political season, once it starts, all hell breaks loose. Before
do you know that was what happened in the last cycle as well? There are two. You see, I look at it from 2 tracks, from two prongs. I see Tinubu. There's a lot of people that actually believe in Tinubu, and not even just for reasons of ethnicity. They feel he did something magical in Lagos State. Whether people choose to accept that or not, some people believe that. But the other thing is, there is no real opposition. There's none. If we are being honest, there's none. We have Atiku Abubakar, we have Peter Obi. There is nothing in those 2 people that you can vest or invest confidence in. It's just not possible. You know, anybody that independently researches these people, you know that they have nothing to offer. So it's almost like Tinubu defaulted into that post because there was no viable alternative. And I'm talking about the last cycle, and I'm talking about this upcoming cycle as well. There's no viable alternative to Tinubu. Certainly not for somebody like Peter Obi or Atiku. That's just silly nonsense.
I think that assertion is, the trust of that assertion is generally correct. And the opposition is the bigger problem, not President Tinubu. The opposition is a bigger problem, and it shows you that they don't feel as passionately against Tinubu as I say they were against this in.
Sorry, Tunaija, do you think any of the opposition spaces, do you think they are campaigning in any confident belief that they are going to be replacing Tinubu, or they're just doing it to fulfill all righteousness? Is there anybody indicating in their body language that they suspect that they can defeat Tinubu? I'm not seeing that body language from Atiku or Peter Obi or Zore or anybody.
That's exactly what I mean. They don't feel strongly enough against Tinubu for whatever reason to come together as they did against Jonathan. I think the Jonathan one, the forces that against him was that Northerners were supposed to rule, and Yaradua died, and he just kept ruling and ruling and ruling, and that drove the Northerners crazy. As a matter of fact, it probably helped drive them into extremism too. So, and the forces were strong. So, in the case of Tinubu, Buhari just finished running, so the Northerners don't feel motivated as strongly against him. Then even the South don't feel that strongly against him. Even the Southeasterners, I would even say they feel that strongly against him because that's not their fight at the moment. So if anything, it is the PDP that did all the damage themselves, and you can even in the end put the blame on the South politicians in PDP. They caused this problem because they should never have allowed what's his name? This Atiku to run. That is where they should have drawn the line first, because you can't have somebody that is a Northerner run in your party when you just finished a presidency that is a Northerner. So that's what they should have done. And maybe all this problem they are having, they wouldn't have had it at all. So, but that is that story. This thing for another day. So what is the other the flooding thing that this is the governor what's his name? I keep forgetting. Sanwo-Olu said, that is the kind of statement that makes people feel distrustful of authorities, telling them that they should get used to this flooding. When there are nations out there like Netherlands that live below sea level and they are still managing to keep water at bay, and this is a country that has been, at least at one point, been able to create this island in Lagos to forestall not necessarily an island, to block the sea from overflowing this in Lagos.
I just don't know why they are not able to rechannel the water, and they can even use. I was talking to you about Kaizo just then. Remember how Kaizo you always insist that black people are dumb? If it was the Israelis that were managing Nigeria, that flood would be a resource. It would be, that water would be a resource. Just some dumbass somebody. He said we have to live with flooding. You claim to be a governor.
He literally said that. Oh my God!
He said it. He said it now. He said it on live TV. That we just have to. Do you know? He said we have to start praying. Can you imagine that? He said we have to start praying. My God. It's just the ridiculousness of it. It's just throwing agbada all over the place. That's all they have to offer.
No, but to be fair, Sanwo-Olu appears to be managing Lagos. I don't necessarily.
To be honest with you, the only thing he did that gets my commendation was how he handled that EndSARS space. Everything else that is done there is just standardized stuff. Now it's not anything outside of the ordinary. The only time that it was somewhat exemplary was when he handled the EndSARS space.
To be fair, maybe there's some truth there, because after all, he foresaw some of the most nasty periods in Lagos in terms of ethnic tensions and all the rest. And but this kind of statement is not the statement a governor of Lagos, a major city in Africa, should be making. They have the resources to do this work. I don't know why I think the reality is not going to be true for what he's saying, that Lagos should be expecting flooding, but he is callous to have made that statement. Even if he doesn't have the mind to do it, the next governor will be able to arrest the situation. You can't have flooding on the most commercial city in Nigeria. You can't have flooding happen like this. How much does it cost to build the necessary dikes and walls and whatever you need to do to control it?
It's not the proper drainage system now. What the flood is not. They know the topography. They know the landscape. They know how the land leans. They know where the flood comes from. They know the channels of water. Nobody's asking them to invent anything new. Just move the water. Just control it. Or how is that not exactly the job of a government? If that is not the job of a government, then what is their job? It's just the most ridiculous. We have to start praying, you know. My God, man.
This is the anti-life culture that many of us always say that our people have. They don't seem to put their people's life. They don't seem to value it, and they pretend as if they don't have the tools to do this thing. They have the tools at their disposal to do it, and Nigerians, sometimes I give them too much credit for being clever. But I think their cleverness is being stunted by their love for money and wealth and braggadocious behavior.
I think they're just lazy. I think no. Now to Niger, look at this. This is a classic example right there of somebody that doesn't want to work. There is. It's not beyond the width. It's not even a heavy anything. We are not asking him go to the Netherlands or wherever. What's that city in Italy that lives on water? There are
Venice.
People, Venice. Go find the technology and apply it to Lagos State. Just do that now.
It's not laziness. They just lack imagination.
But it's frustrating sometimes now.
See, one man, they feel like we as a people are like, this is what I made the comment about what the wife of the president said about the Akara thing. They don't see us as,
No, the president's wife she was right on the Akara. I think
she wasn't. She because they don't see us with people with agency. Like they see us as like subjects. Literally, they see us like the way a British colonizer will see us. Like a British colonizer will plot in, but we in the UK will have all the best dating. That is how they see us. Their mindset is almost like a translation of a colonizer, whereby they don't. As a colonizer will even care about Nigerians more than actually. Let's say the British consul general was in Nigeria right now. He will care about the flooding more than Showolu is caring about it right now, which is really strange. That they don't see us as people with agency. A consul general that will be in Nigeria will not say the kind of things Tinubu's wife said. That is what I find strange about our own leaders, their behavior towards us. They see us as another class, a people undeserving of civilization. It's really odd behavior. And you see that speculating in the elite class. The other time I saw a video of a billionaire in Nigeria talking about Nigerians leaving the country. He said she doesn't know why people are complaining about leaving Nigeria. That if they want, you should ship 50 million overseas. That is a good way to do something, because when you do that, you get money coming back to the country. I would like this kind of mentality. Is like, to them, we are just there to help other people. And then when I criticized that statement, then the guy that posted the videos, thinking that was a profound statement the lady made, said, that there's something wrong with that our people should go out and sit and walk. That's what India is doing. I said, have you looked at India and China? Have you done your serious maths? Where did you get the idea that is a good thing? That is what has been holding India back, not the other way around. If you have your best people leave your country, then your best minds.
India is held back. The Indian economy is stronger than the UK economy. How is India held back?
India would have overtaken
is India not
the UK by now.
Is India not? India is already ahead of the UK.
But the UK is 66 million. India is 1.5 billion. India should have overtaken the UK by now. But because they are doing what they are doing, China is way ahead. China is running circles around India right now. As a matter of fact, China is practically the leading country in the world, not even America anymore. So the problem, if you look at Iran today, the backbone of Iran is not the.
Is it not the same? Is it not the same example that propelled China? They mass exported their people down to go and acquire Western knowledge.
They do it strategically. You send your people to go and learn and acquire intellectual property rights and acquire knowledge of how they are producing and bring it back to your country. But the vast majority of people remain in the country, and you don't have a culture of just any people just running overseas to go and hustle. Yes, a lot of Chinese people did that, but not at the scale. Indians have turned it into a way of life. Remittance is a way of life.
You don't have a Chinese takeaway down your street.
We do have it, but the Chinese don't do it as a way of life, like saying,
is that not a way of life?
no, Chinese don't rely on remittance. The Chinese don't rely on remittance. They rely on building their own nation. As you see, and if you look at
Nigeria,
North Korea, the
which
same
country
thing.
is reliant on remit? By the way, India, Pakistan, they're all reliant. Bangladesh is entirely a remittance economy.
That's why they are backward. Do you see the Asian countries doing that?
India is backward.
India is backward now. You don't know. India compared to China, India is backward.
Yeah, but which country is not backward compared to China? The United States
Vietnam,
is backward
Japan,
now.
Japan
is backward.
Japan is not backward
compared
to China.
Really?
Japan is not backward compared to China.
Really?
South Korea, yes. Many of the countries have similar technologies as China does. They can't build as big as China does.
To the scale and sophistication that China has it.
No, they don't have that, but they are not backward in terms of the advancement of the economy, the GDP per capita, the life expectancy, and lifestyle. So many things.
Japan has a better per capita than China.
Yes, and they also have a better. They have a better living standard. They have one of the highest living standards.
I think you're forming thoughts on historical data. If you look at the last 30 years. And especially if you come to the present day that I suspect that China has China has the largest middle class of any country. China has the largest middle class of any country.
I don't know if China has reached this thing. China hasn't eclipsed Japan. Japan is 33,000, about 33,000 dollars per citizen, while China is 13. So Japan is still way higher in terms of GDP.
I'm not sure about that.
No, it's true. It's a fact. No, it's a fact. My point is that the Asian nations, not just when we say the Asian, like the kind of the Chinese kind of people, they tend to be more self-reliant. They don't do this thing where you just send your people to just go and work for other people as a way of life. They don't do that.
But you are wrong. But you are wrong now. You are wrong now. Because historically, the Chinese have always been migrants. And we're talking about settler migrants, not people to acquire knowledge and bring it back. That's the lived experience now. All this
where did they settle?
In the UK, the US, all the Chinese takeaways, all the Chinese farm workers.
You go to Canada now, half of the population is practically India. These guys, they just travel and they remain. And also the intention of traveling, the way they travel also has an effect. Because the Chinese travel to develop their country and bring resources back home. But the Indians, they just want to stay in that country and they also want to send money back home.
But that's also not true. If you look at the two spaces, if you look at the quantum of traveling, and I don't have data to back it up, but anecdotally, if you look at the quantum of traveling from both spaces, the Indians travel. They travel first for education. They always travel to go and get some schooling, and then in the course of that schooling, they might well decide to settle in that country or go back. But the Chinese travel mainly for the economics, except for the select few that are sponsored by the state to go and learn some IT or whatever.
The Chinese have I think they have an actual policy of doing this in the early, 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe 90s. They had a policy of sending people overseas to go and learn and bring it back, and that worked for them. And I used to know somebody in the UK that even in the early 2000s, where he would just buy computers just to send to China so that they can learn how it works and all those things. So this is a deliberate policy of theirs. But the Indians are not like. The Indians are just working. Like even in India themselves, they have these call centers, all kinds of different things that they used to do for the West. My point is that what they are giving to the West is far more valuable than what they are getting back. The best way to get the best out of your population is for them to give back to the nation, not for them to go and serve other people and get remittance back. You would, like I always give you the example that you would think we should have learned from slavery by now, that giving your minds away is not a fruitful trade, because the people that you are giving them to will gain far more from them than your people will ever gain. So because if you look at the countries in the world today, the ones that are actually keeping their people in their country are the ones that are doing the best. If you look at Iran, if you look at even North Korea, the barely has any
Irans
resources.
are keeping their people in their country. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, Iranians keep their people in their country. A lot of them leave,
really,
but they
most
don't
of them are in
encourage them to leave the
America.
country. Yes,
Most
but they
of
don't
them are
encourage
in
them to leave the country.
What do you mean encourage them?
No, do you know that while I'm in Nigeria right now, what I experience is that because my YouTube account that I normally don't see adverts they kick me out because they say I'm in Nigeria, I'm no longer part of UK. So they kick me out. So and now I can see adverts. Do you know they are busy advertising to Nigerians every day how to travel overseas? That's what they are doing to them. That's what Nigerians see. But you can't see that in Iran. You can't see that in North Korea.
Yeah, because that's what Nigerians aspire to. That's what it's based on algorithm now.
It's based on algorithm, but you can stop it because it's a weapon against your people. Your best minds keep leaving the country. I'm telling you, as somebody that is in Nigeria,
but that's a decimal for every country. There is no country that the best minds are not living, except for Western spaces. Yeah,
you can argue that the best minds are not living in Iran. The best minds are not living.
The best minds in Iran Korea. Are not there now.
The best minds are not living North Korea. North Korea will literally shoot you if they catch you try to leave the country. So the best minds are not living.
North Korea doesn't have best mind now. It's just
actually they do though.
Because they have nuclear. Because they have nuclear weaponry.
Yes, now, and they built nuclear submarine. These are people. No, seriously, they are people that built an underground train line, 100 meters underground within 4 years of losing a war. They did that.
I'm
so
not
these
sure
guys,
where all this your data from.
The data is online. Check it yourself. You see, our people, we just listen to Western propaganda. We don't know the capabilities of these people. After they lost that Korean, they didn't lose the Korean War. It was a stalemate with America. Within 4 years, they went and built an underground train line, 100 meters, within 4 years in their capital. They built that so that their leaders can travel around without American bombing them. And this is the country that we are dealing with now. They have, in short, all the matrices, literacy, scientific innovation, they are well more advanced than Nigeria. Well more advanced because they don't give away their best minds. Why I'm saying this, I'm not saying it flippantly. Like I used to employ people in Nigeria, and what you find is that during the period when a lot of Nigerians, the early 2020 to 2025, where a lot of Nigerians were traveling overseas, you know how the UK opened the borders. They were traveling overseas. We lost a lot of good minds. Even banks couldn't find staff to work for them. We lost a lot of good minds, and it affected the country. And so that's where I started realizing that, okay, this thing that we are doing is not a very good thing, actually, because I actually felt it. I felt it that the people that I'm getting now that are applying for jobs are not as dedicated as the one that were there before.
Okay, so Niger.
One man, don't neglect others, please.
Yeah,
no,
thanks,
no,
Baba.
you can jump in. You can jump in.
Okay,
no,
you make
jumping in with
between.
you is always a wrestling match. So let people take their time.
No, don't worry. If it goes too far, we already have the crypto night for tonight.
Okay, tonight, do you make a distinction between brilliant mind and just skilled laborers, or skilled laborers from Africa? Okay, so you can talk about skilled labor. But
no, go ahead. Sorry, I'm unfinished.
You can talk about skilled labor, but I don't know what you mean by brilliant mind. I don't really understand that, quite frankly. So yes, but one man, you have to review your what do I call it, understanding of China. I think you're not current on China at all. You have this mindset like Chinese are just migrants, and you're right. They used to be migrants, many of them. They came to America, all around the world. They helped build railroads in Africa, in America. They did that. But you have to approach China. China didn't just wake up and became number one right now. We can call China number one. I can agree with Nnaji on that. It didn't just wake up. The past, 30, 50 years, they made deliberate in a strategic attempt, structures in place to be what they are today. In terms of migrants going overseas, the Chinese are more deliberate about people leaving their country. They have a program that brings these people back, and many of these people are actually intelligence not necessarily officers, but they are intelligence, part of the intelligence network. These people that go to Harvard and Yale. So China, it's the other day we were talking to Nigeria. China is more deliberate, and I think they're more successful as a nation. The reason why they became number one is because their system of governance, it's actually perhaps the best combination in the world. That's why they're leading. India is still the largest democracy in the world, India. But India is a mess also, big time mess. They have smart people, they have a lot of money, but they have a lot of poverty, poverty in India also. India cannot compete against China. They're like distant, whatever you want to call them. China is absolutely the number one country in the world right now. Yeah, even people were projecting maybe in the next 5-10 years China would overtake America, but no. Right now, if you ask me, my personal observation, I think China is the number one country in the world right now, bar none.
Yeah. America is at war. Russia is at war. Everybody's at war. Only China is just hanging around, keep building and building. So yes, they are. About brilliant mind that you said, about the brilliant mind that you are mentioning. The reason why I put it that way was because if you want to have innovation in your country, you have to nurture it within the nation. You can't just keep sending them overseas. As a matter of fact, you bring them from overseas and nurture them within the country, and that's what the Iranians have done. And Iranians have a reservoir of highly intelligent scientific and engineers, and they don't restrain them in their ability to innovate and in their ability to create. Hence why you can see that they have built such advanced defense systems, an advanced economy, an advanced infrastructure, whereby even after all the bombings America has done, they still are functioning better than Nigeria. Can you imagine that? How ridiculous is that? This is what happens when you keep the best mind.
So with all their top scientists that Israel has hired, do you think that they have the same level of quality scientists in their program or in the country?
They do, and Israel knows it. And in short, they've actually done the analysis.
Well,
they say
I don't disagree.
They said the knowledge has spread too far and too deep for anybody to be able to take it from the country. You see, this is important to any nation. That's why Israel is going after them. But in our own case, we are doing the job for them. We are exporting them. This is my point. We are killing our nation by taking our minds that we should be nurturing and not restraining.
We talked about it before. Okay, there's a constraint to what you're talking about. What you're talking about is good on paper, okay, but in practice, in the practical sense of it, it's not really germane. Why? Because we don't have what it takes to accommodate all these people. If they don't leave the country, what are they going to do to Nigeria? Are we spending money on research and development? Do we have institutions?
Yes.
What do we have to accommodate these people?
You said, what are they going to do?
For where?
Do the research and development like any
nation. We are not taking some certain
where is it?
Governance.
Name the institutions that are doing it.
Let me make this point, if I may. We are not taking into consideration the level of type of government these countries run. Amongst the countries we've been talking about, India is the only democracy amongst them. Iran is a theocracy, as far as I'm concerned. China is what we call it, a communist country or a socialist country.
A whole number one country.
You say?
A whole number one country in the world.
And I know that will rankle you, Zeta.
That actually rankles me.
No, what Nnaji said is right, though. China is number one. Everybody knows that. So.
Actually rankles me because I don't really understand what you people mean by number one country
if
in the world.
If you want to talk about weapons,
I don't know whether it's in the economy or it's in the military.
Exactly.
It's in the what do they call it again in economics?
Agriculture.
I don't know what. I don't know where you people used to. I don't know the area is number one. I don't know.
Outside of the military,
in economy is number one.
Yes. Well, maybe outside the military, but I tell you one man.
In economy is number one. One man.
Hold on. The only thing the U.S. has over China is the experience, quote unquote, in fighting
I'm
wars
talking to
and
one man and Baba. One
and,
man
and
in
wars that
economy.
and wars that they
China
lose.
is number one.
Hold on. Let Prince
No,
Daddy
no,
land this
no,
here.
no. I say no.
Why are you saying no?
You see, why I laugh
as bad as
is
the
that
economy, Zita, wait, as bad as the economy today, US still tops as far as 60%
okay,
of
hold
the
on,
world
Baba, you are
is
going too
using.
far. You are going too far. When you meet one man, because why I'm talking to you is because you agree to it. When you mean number one, I want to actually understand, because when you talk about US and China, it's like people don't know who is giving who. If you understand that US stupidly signed a treaty with China that whatever intel they use remain, they must give to them. Is it how you become number one over somebody will use remain and give to you? I don't understand. When Trump came last year, is it last year, January, in his first term, he tried to cut it off. Second time again, he tried to cut it off. And then what they usually do is that when they do the trade war, the first thing Trump does is that intel, you're not going to get it again. And that's what brings China back to the table. So I don't understand what you people mean by number one.
I'm sorry.
I want some
America is
clarification.
giving
Number
China
one
intel. You
in
said,
what?
hold on. Relax.
I'm not talking to you,
No,
Prince Daddy.
wait, let me give an
Please.
example.
Well, we
I
are
don't want
talking now. Don't tell
this
me not.
place
You
to
don't
be
have to talk to me. Let me
rowdy. I'm
talk. Then
talking to one man,
let me
please.
talk.
Can I?
Please,
Be quiet and let me talk. You don't want to
I
talk to
took
me.
the permission from Baba, and I'm talking to one man and Baba. I don't want it to be rowdy. I don't want us
it's
to
not going
make.
to be rowdy now.
I don't want it. No, one man, please. I know what I'm saying. When we say this kind of a thing in a global platform, we need to be specific. And that's why I'm asking you the question, you and Baba. I said, number one in what?
You want me
Hello?
to answer? I can answer it too.
No, I don't need you to answer.
You asked the question now. So
No, I didn't ask them. I didn't ask them.
No, you want a response now.
No, I'm asking you and Baba.
Are you trying to corner me and Baba, or you want to establish?
No, I don't know. I don't want to get an answer from those people because I've been listening to them talking, so I don't want to get an answer to those people. Baba, number one in what?
Look, China is not number one. How do I come about this? There has been trade war, particularly in the last 2 years. And if China is number one, China almost practically beg for negotiation when Trump asked them that they should sell TikTok to America or forget about TikTok entirely. And there's another part of one industry again. Trump gave them an ultimatum, and they submitted themselves. I think the parameters a lot of people use is about the debt.
Baba, you're wrong in your statement. There was never any point in time that China surrendered. In fact, it's the opposite. It was Trump that capitulated in every damn single way. Because guess what?
Who owns TikTok today? What percentage?
Well,
and the other, what's the other one? Huawei. Huawei. Where is Huawei today?
Huawei is still dominating the market.
So you can see who destroyed BlackBerry. So that is where you know where the economic power derives from. If it's not that powerful, look, 60% of the world today, or the world trade today, 60% of the world's trade today is denominated in US dollars. So a country that has that leverage cannot be number two because it is their currency. They can print anything they want. We don't even know how much dollar is in circulation in the world. When US needs it, they print it.
Okay, so that's an idea of a good printing money is a good idea of a strong economy. So they print money and they're in debt. They say that debt to China and the rest of the world makes you a strong country. Okay.
No, I'm not saying they just print it frivolously. But I'm telling you that as far as you need that currently, it is that current.
But that's what you have been doing now since Obama time.
That is dominant. You cannot usurp that number one position. China, they say America is owing China so much money. But China also is holding those instruments because it is profitable for them. America has never one day stopped paying the interest on those money.
You know, they are. I think. Are you talking about treasury bonds and all these things that? And you know, they are actually all holding it as a leverage over America rather than for profit.
No, it's for the money. Look, why can't they dump it? If they dump it, America will still not suffer.
But because it's not in their interest, if they dump it, they will. If China dumps American debt, the American economy will collapse within 2 weeks. But it's not in China's interest to do that.
Sorry to use the word lie, but that's not true. China is enjoying the profit therefrom. You know how much they earn from US annually?
Well, that is true, but at the same time, it's never in China's interest to destroy America's market or any other market for that matter.
Why?
Okay, because it's kind of it's a symbiotic relationship, right? Okay, China needs to sell stuff. They need to sell stuff. Okay, so if they destroy US or destroy the economy, it doesn't benefit them. It's not to their benefit. So, but that's why I said, overall, economically, right? You can, we can say China is really the top economy in the world. Now, what you're talking about, this strategic position that America has in the world is undisputed. There's no doubt about it. About a decade ago or so, the world trade was about 70% denominated in dollars, but not so much. Without the shenanigans from Obama to Biden to now Trump, the dollar value is beginning to diminish in international trade. It's right now all the way to freaking about 60% or so, 63% or less than that actually. And even Trump himself made a comment about that about a couple of months ago. So gradually, based on America's poor policy, the dollar and the American economy is losing strength around the world. And we all know very well, China is everywhere. It's everywhere all across the world, even not just in damn Africa. We talk about Africa all the time. China is the freaking Australia and Europe right there. Most of the technology, in fact, I think the backbone for the UK IT was built on Huawei, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's when Trump came in and did something about kicking Huawei out of the British economy or Europe. So China has made a lot of inroads all across the world. While America is blowing people up, fighting wars, and doing all this nonsense, China is spreading its tentacles around the world. And that's, I said, I can give the number one position to China at this point in time. If somebody said, no, China is number two, that is fine. It's not a big deal. But it's not like China is like a distant second place to America. Not at all. I mean, if you look around the world, America.
I didn't say distant second. You understand? But one is one, two is two.
A distant second by almost 70%. Anyway, one man, when it's my turn to speak, I beg, don't dwell with that kind of a thing.
You don't want to hear the truth now. That's why you don't want people.
You see the truth. Keep the truth to yourself. Listen to me. If you have the truth, me and two Niger, listen to me. Both of us don't communicate. You know that.
Yeah, because you are
we don't usually communicate because when we communicate, it's to and fro, ba and bra. We are not. We don't communicate. I don't know if you have noticed that. We don't communicate.
A perspective.
So please, when I want to speak, don't.
It's not really true.
You hear the reasons why.
You have you have the truth. Keep it to yourself. You have the truth. Keep it to yourself. China is the number one country in the world. That's your truth. Keep it to yourself. I don't give a damn.
One area you made earlier.
And you don't. Hold on, please. Let me speak. You don't put it on me, okay? That is your truth. I don't want. Look, listen. If that is, excuse me, if that is your truth,
if your position is strong, you should be able to stand against any other.
Listen, I am not. Listen to me. I am not a tutor. Neither am I a professor. I come here to make submissions just as you do. I didn't come here to teach you. Neither do you come here to teach me. So when I
But the
say
viewers
something,
will
I
have a
have,
better,
listen to
better
me. I have
information.
said, hold on, listen to me. I've said that severally in this platform. I drop my submission and I walk away. Mother way at. I don't come here to be doing rumble with something that is obviously the truth.
So you don't want to
And
learn.
somebody will come and be doing bra 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 bra,
No, so
and
you
you
don't
want
want
me
to
to.
learn. You don't want to learn.
I don't wonder you and I who is gonna learn.
No,
Honestly,
my point
sincerely
is that you
speaking,
should be open to
learn
learning.
what
And
Guys,
exactly?
okay, can we get back to the
Hold
topic?
on, learn what
Are you
exactly?
done?
Learn
Who
that
is talking
China
next,
is
please?
the number one country in the world. Is that what
not
you want to teach me?
necessarily, not necessarily, because there
Hold
are
on,
nuances to
let me
everything.
get you right. What you want to teach me in this platform this morning is that China is the number one country in the world, and you want me to go
What
round
I
and round
want
with
to,
that with you?
I want you to
Are
be
you
open to
kidding
learning.
me?
I want you
Come
to
on
be
now,
open to learning. You
learn
can't be
what?
that rigid.
Learn
Because
what
the
exactly?
conversation you
That China
learn
is
the
the number
truth.
one country in the world.
No, learn the
That's
truth.
exactly what you said.
Open,
So why are you
open,
saying no? And you
to
want to come and
reality.
teach
No,
me about
But
it?
no.
that is
How
not
they
the
are number one
highlight.
country in the world?
We're having a
See,
conversation here. It's not
if you
really
want
about
to
China being
I
being
am
number
disagree,
not
one.
you
Okay.
can
interested
prove
in
me
that your
wrong.
conversation. You get me?
You can prove
I
me
am
wrong.
not
Okay,
I
that is
think
interested in
fine.
your
at the
Then
end of the
conversation.
day,
why? So
you are
You do
why?
your
agitated because
submission, I do
you don't
mine.
like hearing opinions
I
that are
don't
actually
want, listen to
superior to
me, I don't
yours.
want to hear that
One man,
crap.
where are you? Where are
I
you
don't
on
want to hear that crap from
moderate,
you.
please?
Keep it to
Use
yourself.
your stick.
I can keep it to myself, but
I
you
don't
don't own
want
the
to hear
platform. I
your
should be
crap.
able to
Keep it to
speak
yourself. Do your
freely.
submission and that's it.
Baba.
And I will do
Okay, now
mine.
it's
Come
I
on
enough.
should
now.
be able
Okay,
to speak
it's enough.
What
freely.
part of it are you not understanding?
Well, I should be able to speak freely now. So you can't just tell
To
me to
Niger,
shut up
please
But
and let
I
allow
me
me.
allowed you to speak freely. Am I stopping you from speaking freely? I
you
am
are talking
not.
now.
All
Yeah,
right.
so
So
Tonight,
you
if
keep
she
your
doesn't want
truth.
to
Your
engage,
truth is that you said
let me
is the
make a
truth
point one
that
more
China is
second.
number
well,
one country in the world. Then keep it to
am I
yourself.
allowed? Because we never really made the argument about
Excuse me.
China
Let me
being
tell
number
you
one in
something,
the
to
world.
Niger. For
I can make my own
excuse
argument
me,
as
to
argument.
Niger, for you only making that statement that China is the number one country in the world, I shouldn't be having a conversation with you. You don't
You
know
don't have
that?
to. You don't have
And
to.
that's
The
exactly what
viewers
I'm
decide.
doing. So why are you telling
But
me I don't
the
want to
viewers
learn?
can. I mean,
That's
it's not only
exactly
about
what I'm
us.
doing. For you making that
all
comment
right,
alone,
all
I
right,
shouldn't be having a
guys.
There are people
conversation with
watching,
somebody who
all
madam.
makes
right,
There
such
are
a
people
comment.
watching.
all right. Tunaja, hold on, Azita as well. I think you can both have your thoughts independently. If you don't have it conversationally,
Exactly.
at least you have them independently. So Tunaja thinks and feels as he does. Azita thinks and feels as she does. But you don't want to conversate on it, which is fair enough. Yeah, nobody's to be held against their will. Say what you wanted to say, Prince Daddy, and then maybe we'll move the conversation
People
away
come
from
here to
China.
make coolest
But
analysis and
she can't shut me up.
want
She
me to
can't.
waste my precious time
One
going
man,
to and
what
fro
she's
back
doing
and forth
is that
with you.
she's
For
trying to
what?
censor anybody
If you,
else that
I'm
says
not
it to her.
censoring you. Come on now. I am
No,
not
now.
Okay,
censoring
then
you.
I should be allowed to speak
There are
on the
things you
question.
say I shouldn't be arguing over it.
All
I
right, hold on.
shouldn't debate such a
No,
thing
I'm
with
not
you.
asking.
That's
I'm not
exactly
talking to
what I'm
you. I
telling
wasn't
you.
talking to you. I
Hold
just
on
want
one
to
second,
I
address the
don't want
guys.
to
question.
debate such a
Come on
thing
now.
with you. Live with
You've been
it.
doing it 10 minutes now. Just hold on. Tunaja, she's not censoring you because you've already laid down a position, but she doesn't want to have that conversation with you, which is not a censorship, it's exercising free will. So we can't compel her to conversate.
A
No, no,
country
I'm not
that is in
asking.
another world,
I'm
you are
not
comparing
asking.
it
I'm
with
not having
another
a
country that
conversation
is in
with her.
another world, and you
I'm
want me
just
to
trying
come
to
and be debating with you.
explain why I
There are
said that.
I don't
I
care.
said
I
that
don't
in
need your
passing.
explanation. Your first sentence is so ignorant that I don't want to
And
debate
that is
it.
nonsense.
What part
I'm
of
not
it
talking
don't
to
you
you.
understand?
I'm
You
talking to
made
the
a
viewers. I'm
highly
not talking to
ignorant
you.
statement, and I shouldn't be rambling myself and rambling
All right.
to and
Okay.
fro with you.
All right. Let's
What
do
part of
this.
it don't you understand?
All right. Let's do this. Let's hear
Nonsense.
from
What
Pam.
was the statement, please? I want to.
No, hold on. Hold on. You want to reopen that place, and I want to close it off. But let's hear from Prince Daddy, and then after that, then Zita can come in on El-Rufai, and then we just to pull the temperature back a bit. Prince.
Well, man, sometimes just trying to make a simple statement, and people talking to just drain my energy just to make a simple statement. I'm not sure what the big deal is. Sometimes we make something out of nothing on this show. Simply submitting your opinion if it differs from somebody else's opinion, I'm not sure why that's a big deal. People make silly statements here all the time and not factual statements, so it doesn't matter. Just brush it off your shoulder and move on. I mean, people don't always have to agree with your position on the matter. I mean, people say ridiculous things all the time. I'm not sure why we're being. Anyways, I was just going to make the last point to Baba that during the trade war, Trump and China, most of the rare earth mineral that American, especially we call it the military complex uses, really were coming from China. So in the reality, Trump and his people did not have a good grasp of China's position in America's economy, especially in terms of the raw materials and some other things. Okay, we all know America is lacking. I mean, even though we are the second largest manufacturer in the world, but when it comes to some really critical manufacturing and components, we don't really make them as such, especially in the consumer goods area. Okay, but again, China has come a long way. That's what I was telling you earlier, one man, that the China they used to know is not what it used to be. Yes, they used to export a bunch of the people overseas. They were everywhere. We know they were, it was in Zambia, Zimbabwe. They were building the train tracks and all this thing. They came to America. But again, China in the past 20, 30 years, especially 50 years, they've made a strategic plan and effort, to grow the economy, and they're more concentrated. They have a much better plan, a more robust plan. Normally back in the 90s and 2000s, we're comparing India and China, and quite frankly, those two countries were similar in terms of their population and the economy. In fact, India had an edge over China in terms of its IT and software. But again, we can't say that right now. We all know that. When we talk about AI, okay, in today's global economy, nobody's really talking about India. Of course, they're doing theirs over there, but China is right there at the top of the AI revolution. China is right there. So they are competing in every area as the best countries or nations in the world. They may not be number one necessarily, but they're not like a distant throwaway second. They're not that. That's the point we're trying to make here, but there's no reason why anybody should be fighting or arguing against it if it doesn't go your way. Thanks anyway.
Well, Prince Daddy, since you mentioned listen, what you don't realize between the two countries, China is almost an homogeneous country, because the Wuhan or Hua, whatever the people there and the language is about 80% or more, whilst India is a multicultural democracy. So it stunted their growth to an extent. So we have to look at it from different perspectives. The US you are talking about, you understand?
The kind thing
I've
I
never
hear in
had,
this platform,
I've never had
bullshit.
in history that a US spy, an American spy, was caught spying in China's industrial complexes. But of course, we've had a lot of series of industrial spies of Chinese origin being caught in America.
What's the point to that?
My point is that America is a manufacturing hub, an inventor's hub. You understand? And that's an edge.
Baba, excuse me.
No, let me
Baba,
just finish my point. Let me
tell
please.
one man. I will come in later, maybe in 5 or 7 minutes. Okay.
Okay. The thing that's drawing America back or slowing America is that things are very expensive to manufacture in America, in the sense that the wage is very high. And don't forget, since time immemorial, America has always been complaining that China is always undervaluing their currency to make their products cheap. And that is a fact, because a manufactured toilet roll in Nigeria is still more expensive than an imported toilet roll from China. Why is that? It's a deliberate policy. So,
well, you're right. Just like I said, and everything you said so far, Baba, is true. We all know that it's well documented, the IP theft by Chinese companies and Chinese individuals in America. They've been stealing America's IP for a very, very long time. So I guess just like America did to the British also, but that's not the point here. We're not trying to make a point. If I mean everything you said is true. America is dominating in terms of the dollar across the world. They've had technology. They were great, but the point here is that when a country or a leadership makes a calculated, deliberate decision to do something, and they follow through and execute, they will succeed. So it doesn't make China like this, invisible anything, not at all. But we have to acknowledge what China does or what China is doing in order to reach that level. That's what we're talking about here. That process, that process of getting things done. Yeah, there's still a lot of technology, and they're still stealing right now. Okay, but again, when it comes to AI that we all are talking about right now, is China not right there at the cutting edge of it? Yes or no? And who's going to dispute that?
Wait. So let me, without eating into Zita's time. When you run a socialist country or a communist country, the rules are different. In a democracy like America, you can't get away with even 1% of what China, you understand? So the rules are very different. So take for instance,
we're not talking about that.
Baba. It's the results. I said
it earlier that the advantage that China has is its political system that gives it that advantage. Yeah, exactly. I said it before. So, but we're not. But all those things are part of the variables that's making China stronger every day. And we have the numbers to show. I mean, they right now, apart from Tesla America, China, when it comes to EV vehicles, they are right there at the top. So we can't make all these excuses why China is this and that. No, yeah, all those things are true. But again, are they producing? Do they have numbers? Do they have results, empirical facts, or data to show? Yes, they do. That's the point we're making here. It's not about China is number one, number two. It doesn't matter. They've done great for the country.
Nobody's disputing that. You understand? When we put the two economies side by side, which is more resilient? That is the question.
No, the American economy is not resilient.
It's not resilient.
No.
With all the problems.
Not anymore.
What underpins the American economy?
What the foremost one is what we've mentioned. The world trade is denominated in USD. And when you have that leverage, nobody has that leverage.
The American military. Is the American military.
Exactly.
That's what I
wish you understand this term.
Yeah, I'm listening, Bishop.
Baba,
there's something called
there is a fact that we are avoiding. There are two things I just want to point out. I've been listening. That thing you just mentioned now, there is something America is practicing, and it is called dollar terrorism. If we dig down, the bottom of the dominance of the American economy over the world or the global trade something is very, very rotten. I have always an offer to people. What America does is print their worthless paper in form of dollar and sell to the rest of the world to buy their own values. America prints their paper and dollar and bring it to Nigeria to buy petrol. They take it to other countries to buy gold, to buy diamond, to buy value, to buy services, and buy everything. There is no
that power.
That's what I'm saying. So it is terrorism.
Okay.
It is dollar terrorism.
Dollar terrorism.
That's dollar terrorism. I've looked at this over the years, and look, if you remove the dominance of the dollar, why is America fighting tooth and nail to dismantle what they call this other one? This not Brexit now. The other one that other African countries was
BRICS.
No, BRICS. Yeah, BRICS.
Exactly, the BRICS. America will go to war to stop that, because the truth of the matter is that the only thing that is sustaining the American economy is because of the dominance of their currency. That is one. Secondly, you made mention of something a few minutes ago. There are two different things. There is a difference between democracy and capitalism. What is sustaining America is not democracy. Their democracy is not better than the democracy that is being practiced in any other part of the world. It is the capitalism. And the capitalism is so bad that the poor has little or no voice. I mean, these are fundamental
Mr.
issues.
Bishop, you don't even practice through capitalism. I would even say China practice more capitalism than US.
That's a different one, though. But I'm going to add to it. One man, please, I want to beg you. Go and research our own revered Ozidi King. I mean, I remember very well in 1983 when 83 or 82, when Ozidi King released Togetherness. There is a track in that Togetherness that he sang. I want you to be playing it here. Either you choose between Ozidi King or Fela. Please bring one of them and make it one of your theme songs. Ozidi King was that song Under Togetherness. There is a small track there that when you listen to it, you have to think. Either you choose between him, you know who I call Ozidi King. No, this man is late now. Ozidi King, Baba Eromileti. Sonny Okosun. Am I still on? Are you hearing me?
Yes, is it Nigeria is now or never?
No, Nigeria. Yeah, I think it's in that something. I will try and listen to it. But honestly speaking, it's a good theme song that will reawaken our awareness, either him or Fela. But what I want to just submit is this: the democracy of the Western world is not better than our democracy, and we have to divide. To separate. Is it democracy or capitalism? Some people have held us by the jugular over the year, and they are not going to let go. It is either we free ourselves, and it might come at the cost of life. With all this front and back we are having, honestly speaking, it's situated in one thing: are we ready, willing, and are we ready to pay the sacrifices to become free so that we can rule ourselves the way we want to rule ourselves? And the future will determine itself. Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure if Zita is with us, if she's ready yet. Otherwise, we hear from AKO. We were talking about El-Rufai and him being incarcerated and the wife pleading on national television. But then we've ended up with China having the biggest economy in the world, which seems to rankle the Americans somewhat. So either Zita is ready or we hear from AKO. Zita, you there?
No, Zita said she should be up like 5 or 7 minutes.
All right, let's hear from AKO.
I think that would be good enough time for me to do my.
After AKO, we might take it to the back because it's getting. I probably need to go to bed after that. But yeah, go on, AKO.
No, True Niger can take over from you. I don't think anybody will quarrel with that.
Okay. Regarding Mr. El-Rufai, I saw the wife.
Sorry, to Niger, if you're there, check our private chat.
I saw the wife playing that. What they are doing to him is inhumane, and that he deserves the worst of the society. I find this very funny. This play when he was doing all what he was doing in Kaduna, when he was massacring the Christians in Kaduna, in southern Kaduna, and oppressing anybody that that didn't agree with him, dissidents, using his political power, using the security apparatus to jail them, put them in jail, torture them. He didn't say he wasn't thinking about this. Now that the forces are now upon him, we are hearing about his wife talk about tamper with mercy, and I don't understand. And then the worst thing is that I'm seeing some Nigerians who are saying that who are siding with him that how they are treating him is inhumane. Those people that he treated, they are not human beings. I think that he should face the full wrath of the law. It's that simple, After all, he's the one who came on national TV and admitted to what's it called, tapping a phone call. that was so he came out brazenly. Only if that person would do that. Even in America, where you have politicians that do that, they will never come out and say that they are tapping phone call. A whole former governor, because they have.
Sorry, or was it doubt or just arrogant?
What? It's brazen. It's being brazen. Impunity. That's what it is. You just feel like, I can say anything I say goes, and what's the worst? You guys cannot do anything to me. That's what it is. That's the culture of impunity in Nigeria. And now he's feeling the full thrust of the law. So I'm sorry, I don't have any pity for him. His wife can come and cry and everything, but I don't have pity for him as a human being, because you cannot dish out what you cannot take. And what he's facing now is what as a result of his actions. It's that simple, clear cut. No sanctimonious, there's no sanctimony about it. That's regarding, I don't even know why Arise TV entertained them with that. Our media, I keep saying that our Nigerian media is trash. The nonsense that they keep doing and the nonsense that they keep entertaining is what is causing our country to be in this continuous chaos that it is. I don't even know that they practice journalism themselves. I don't even know what they practice. I know they practice something, but it's definitely not journalism.
What about this narrative that there's a political undercurrent to what is going on with El-Rufai? Do you have some sympathy with that?
What political undercurrent? Okay,
because they've taken him out of circulation just at the business end of
Even under Buhari's tenure, they knew about the things El-Rufai is doing. The security analysis is not start from Tinubu. It started from Buhari's regime. So they already knew. So it's not like Tinubu is not making anything up. It's not like Tinubu is like, no. And even El-Rufai came and said it on national TV that him and Tinubu, we don't really know each other like that. That he's a Kong Buharist. He said that, and he came out and said it on national TV. So he doesn't really have any relationship with Tinubu.
All right. Let me Bill, you guys carry on. Simba is here. I was going to ask to Nnaji, but well, both of them are here anyway. Let me Bill. You guys carry on now. Thank you. Everyone. See you tomorrow. It's quite early here, so I have to go to bed.
Okay. See
you. Somebody is asking you a question. It says, one man. The question is, did he commit the crime or not? So maybe pick it up from there. Thank you. Everyone. See you tomorrow.
Did he commit? That is yet to be. You're innocent until proven guilty, right? That's what the jurisprudence is about. So, but still, she still needs to feel the full force of the law, full wrath of the law. Let him feel the full force.
But even though on a national television he admitted it,
exactly,
the state still has to prove that he actually did it. Correct. Right?
They'll find their way to prove it. If they don't prove it.
By the way, is it denying it? Actually, is El-Rufai denying what he did or what he said he did?
I don't know. He hasn't, but he said on national TV that he tapped into the call. So, however he did it. But that's even beside the point. The only problem I will have with this case is if, like you mentioned, Prince Daddy, if they don't, because that's my problem with Nigerian judiciary system. They will find somebody. They will put all types of crazy allegations. Look at what happened to the former oil minister, Alice Madueke. Upon all the things that they said that they found in her house, that they found billions of dollars, they found jewelry. Look at, she went away scot-free in London. They acquitted her of charges. So they should stop all this nonsense. If you do a proper case, you find the proper evidence, and the man should face the full wrath of the law. It's that simple. But they keep doing murder. This is not murder. Let him face the full wrath of the law.
But there are two sides to this. Like, the government will arrest somebody instead of them to fully try him and have them face the law. They just hold them for a very long period of time. That is the issue. That's what I have an issue with. Because like now, in the case of Emefiele,
so when he was doing it was okay.
No, it's not about doing it. It's about prosecuting them. You have to prosecute people. You can't just hold them. That's my issue. If he's committed a crime, prosecute him and jail him. Period. Don't you agree with that? Because if you can just arrest people and keep them in jail, then then you're just using it for political tool. You're using it to influence or intimidate other people. It doesn't seem right. You should just actually prosecute them, come with your accusation, put them before, put your evidence before the court, and prosecute them. Otherwise, give them bail or something, so that they can go and if you don't have evidence enough evidence to prosecute them, because people can say anything. I can say whatever I like here. It doesn't mean it is true. You see what I mean? So we have to look at it from that point of view too.
That is true. I don't disagree with that point. That one I don't disagree. But my stand still remains. He should face the full wrath of the law. That's my own. That's the only thing I have to say regarding Mr. El-Rufai. As I even they should probably exile him from that country itself. He should not be living in Nigeria anymore. Let him go and live in Egypt or Abu Dhabi, where he has properties, or where he has invested his money to buy properties. That's where he should stay. That's the discussion regarding Mr. El-Rufai. Now, regarding you guys were talking about China being the global economy. I'm happy that for the first time, America has another power that is challenging its hegemony. For the longest time, there hasn't been another country that's been able to challenge America's hegemony for the longest time. And what China has done is that they've been able to prove that you don't need military might to be a superpower. Yes, they have the military might. China has military might, but they found out that there's something much more potent than military might, which is economic relationships. That's what China has done. Yes, you can say that China has manipulated obviously they manipulate their currency. The last time I checked, I don't think it's a crime for you to use your currency, manipulate your currency to get you use whatever advantage you have. Just like the way the US has used the US military to back the US dollar and maintain its hegemony and export inflation around the world. That's what the US dollar just exports inflation. That's what they do. So even now, Europe is even suffering from the other day. I was reading a paper about Germany, for example. Germany, where they used to produce capital like industrial, very like machinery, now they are even suffering now because now China can make those same machinery at a cheaper cost and same or if not higher quality than what is in Germany. And now they are suffering the brunt of itself. So China is slowly hollowing out every single major economic.
But Ako, don't you think China is also doing some things that are wrong? Let me give you, for example, why did they lower their quality for the third world countries?
Mr. Simbat, it's nice to have you. Me personally, I don't see anything. We have morality where we know things are right and wrong, but in this world of geopolitics and statecraft, there is no such thing as right and wrong. It's just interest. For China to producing low quality goods and sending it to third world countries, I put more the blame on the third world countries. Why are they accepting low tier quality goods?
Aku, let me ask you a question. Do you think you go to Pfizer in New York and ask them to produce an under-strength Panadol?
No.
Good. But you can do same with China, right?
Yes, you can.
So what's even the morality there? When you are killing the third world people, collaborating with their businessmen to destroy their people.
Exactly.
What kind of country is that? Because they are getting away with that standard because it's a socialist country.
Exactly.
So, and that kind of country, I don't think.
Baba. I went. Sorry, Aku.
Let
me give you Baba this practical example. I went to see one of my friends. I said I wanted to buy lithium battery, and he told me that if I want quality one that can last me like 15-20 years, that I rather buy the one from America or from the Europe.
Mm-hmm.
that if I patronize the one from China, it's just going to last me for 5 years or so.
It's true.
And you end up
That's
spending the money you would have used
and
to
we have
buy
a lot
American
of
owned for 1 million
It's true.
times.
Very
equipment,
true.
a lot of electronics like that.
It's true.
Apple, you can go to China, eh? In fact, there was a time he went to China, where to buy television. One of my friends asked him to buy television for him. And when he got to the factory, they were now asking him that is it a Samsung or LG and all those things that he wanted. That what they did was that they have the television already. They will just input the software of all these companies that we are mentioning.
And just the IP basically.
And just sell it like that. So in a third world country, when you buy LG, you buy Samsung,
It's
all
not even
those
really LG.
they are not really. They're just
Look at I remember when
so
when you are saying that Simba,
you are getting value for the money that you are paying.
When is in my
yeah,
turn?
okay.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Simba that's in control. I just want to put a word in
my
here,
7
Uncle,
minutes
please.
is up. Is
Look,
almost up, Madam Zita. I just want
when
to
you buy a Sony playing set, a stereo set, you understand. A lot of people don't know these things. I would say I bought mine, let's say $1,300 in America.
Long time
Then I would
ago.
say I bought it in Alaba, $700. It's cheaper in Nigeria.
No.
But please carry the speakers first. You find out that the speaker of the one you bought in America is
higher quality,
lead, very, very heavy. And the one you bought in Alaba is Paco.
But Mr. Baba, you know why that's so? Because America has instituted policy agencies to make sure stuff like the FCC to make sure that the goods are being produced for American consumers.
It's standardized. It's a democracy. That's the point.
My problem. So that's why I said the problem should not. I know we're trying to put the onus on China why are they producing, but I put the onus more on third world countries because you should build the standard for which
in as much as you can blame the third world country, I think they should have at least minimum standard. It's not as if anything they ask you to do, you do it.
Also in China, don't get it twisted though. In China, if you want to produce very high quality, you can produce very, very high quality. Don't get it
I
wrong.
know what I'm saying is that
that's not the way it works. Let me give you an example. If you people want me to say something, it's my turn, right? Or okay.
I'm almost done.
I should be able to add to it before I speak because some people
Madam Zita needs to speak
on the platform. We shouldn't be doing that where one person is able to censor some other person not to be able to speak.
Nobody's censoring anybody now.
But that's what happened now, technically.
Who has censored you? I don't think anybody censored you.
Madam Zita started ranting because I wanted to have a say on the subject.
Don't mention my name because I did not censor you. Do not mention my name. Please, I did not censor you. Number one, please let me speak. Number one, I am not the moderator. I am not the moderator. Never moderated before. Number two.
Okay, just hold on.
Let me finish, please. Oh, hold on. Let me finish. Somebody called my name. I have to clear it. Let me clear that delusion. I'm not the moderator. Number two, you were not the one speaking when I came in. It was Baba. And I took permission from Baba. And the person I was talking to was Baba and one man. In as much as you wanted to come in to join the conversation, I said, I'm not talking to you. I don't want us to do rambo. So which one is sense again? You were not talking when I came in. So which one is censor? Oh, you trying to
listening because they
excuse me.
Speaking.
You want to hold on. You want to force me to start having a debate or a conversation with you. And if I don't, it's censoring. Come on.
Wait, she's doing it again now.
What's the
disagreement? They finished speaking. I didn't disrupt. They finished speaking. They went to and fro over and over again for about 10 minutes or so. I didn't say anything. Then when they finished,
Mr. Baba and Mr. Simba, I think you have to come in and face the situation because.
You like to put me in trouble?
I beg when is my turn? I've not spoken.
Okay, just hold on. Those who are the one in charge here.
So you guys have to come
out. So, Zita. After I think Aku, you are done, eh?
Yes, regarding the situation in China, let Madam, because my sister is supposed to go. So I think my 7 minutes is done. So let Madam Zita go
Okay,
ahead.
so Zita, it's now your turn.
So I'm
Uh-huh.
not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to interject at all at any point for the last
No,
20
now,
minutes.
Mr. Tunanja, don't be like that now.
Oh
And that
my
is not
goodness.
censoring. And that is not
Which
censoring.
one is
You're
interject
welcome.
again? If you want
Let
to
her
Please,
talk
interject me,
now.
you
Okay, wait,
interject me.
interject. Okay, make you
Okay,
interject
hold
before
on.
Madam
Let
Zita
me
go.
She
clear.
has not said anything. Now why are you targeting something that she has not
Okay,
You
said
have to
wait.
anything?
interject what I was
no,
saying.
because people were the previous topic. I wanted
You
to
know,
say
say
something
some
about it.
people
I'm
like
not allowed to
trouble.
say
Okay,
anything
Mr.
about
Wait,
it.
Tunanja. Mr. Simba, please
wait.
allow
Let me
him.
say this. Hold on, please. To avoid wahala, I'm the only woman in this platform. If I am saying
Wow.
anything you want
Saying
to
all that.
interject, please. No, I'm not. No, 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 no. You know me. I don't use that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying so that it won't be. No, no. I don't use. Of course, you should know I'm a tomboy. Coming here every day to fetch 7 men, 8 men
Whoa,
every day is not a joke. No woman
whoa.
can do it. More especially normal women cannot.
They said no woman can do it.
Nobody
You are a
can come here
woman.
and
You
take
are
the
human.
insult. You people, you
Look
you
at
guys have
Choma.
not even
Choma is no
wondered
longer
why
here.
women
Oh.
don't come here
Choma used to
regularly. Have
mute.
you?
Choma is no longer here again. I don't know what happened to
Yes.
Choma.
The way they treat women in this platform makes them run away.
If Choma is listening, I miss you. So please,
Did
I
I
beg, come back.
insult you? I never insulted you once.
Let me clear it. If I'm giving my submission, you want to interject me, you can go ahead. But what you cannot force me to is to respond to your interjection. I hope you get that part.
That's fine.
Thank you. So when is
Madam
my
Zita, can you
turn?
just give him the let him
Okay,
interject.
make your interjection to Nigeria. Then after Zita will talk.
Yeah. Yeah, my interjection is that my prognosis on the fact that the Chinese are ahead right now is not about just what is happening today. It's about where the future is heading. These are people that control 60% of this AI patents and almost 50% of world patents that are being applied. They control it. They are also manufacturing vast majority of the manufacturing base of the world. They are manufacturing the most. They also control most of the trade of the world. I think they are more than double that of the US DC trade. Yes, the US control the dollar aspect of it because they control about 50 to 80 something percent, depending on how you look at it, of this in world, this in foreign exchange.
Currency, yeah.
So yeah, that's where the US dominates. But in the other areas that is
Trade.
material that often determines outcomes, China is actually dominated. And in the idea of products, when we talk about Chinese manufacturing certain low grade product, this is the nature of manufacturing. They have first grade, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, these are different products. The problem with Africa is that we cannot afford the first grade product. If they sold things to Africans the way they sold things to the UK nationals, we won't be able to afford it. Our economy
No,
is
no, no, no.
tiny.
No,
To
but that's
Nigeria,
not true,
it's not
Mr.
a matter
Simba.
of affordability.
It's
You
not
can't
about
be manufacturing
affordability.
things that are dangerous. Is it a
Yeah.
must? They must buy it. They are not
See,
necessities.
No, Mr. Simba, let me even give you an example. Mr.
it's
Tunanja,
how it works. That
I will give you
Western
an
countries do
example.
it. It's not
It
only
I'll
doesn't
give you
China.
an
work like
Western,
that.
example.
all of them
Forget
do it.
about it. Is there
I'll give you an example.
let me tell you, even in UK, is there everybody can afford all those things? It's not everybody that can afford it. You
Mr.
can't
Tunanja,
base
I'll
it on
give you an example.
affordability.
You know, that's why I said that it's
But that is
incumbent on the
how it
third world.
works.
It's
It
incumbent on
doesn't
the
work
third
like
world.
that.
No,
Forget about
Mr.
it.
Tunanja.
It's
That's
not.
why
It's a fact. Check it yourself. Check it yourself. Whether I'm telling a lie. Check
Mr.
it. You have
Tunanja,
no.
I want to. This is why I said it's incumbent on third world countries or Africa developing countries to build their standard and institution. I'll give you an example. I used to work. I was working at this company with a colleague of mine. We are building autonomous technology for cargo drones to transport large haul goods. You see those drones that you see that they fly. That one is small thing. We're building big ass drones, like drones that can travel 2,000 kilometers from Accra to Lagos to transport agricultural goods. Now, in that line of business, we noticed that in Africa, there's no regulations around unmanned aerial vehicles. And what happens is that you have people like China and people that West that come to Africa to test their technology, knowing that their technology is harmful and it can kill thousands of people. I remember there was a company that I was consulting for, and they wanted to fly that drone over a remote island off the coast of off Rwanda, an island of about, I think, 2,000 people. And we told them, you cannot fly this drone because if this drone fall, it's going to kill people. Guess what? They didn't care. They went ahead because why? There's no regulation to tell them that, oh, this drone that you're flying, it does not meet the standard of, it doesn't even meet the standards for them to be able to fly it. And that's the problem with Africa. There's no regulation. Everybody can just come and do whatever they want to do in Africa. That's why you see the Chinese can come and bring low quality tier goods in Africa. It's because we don't have those institutions to make sure that these things are not supposed to be happening. And they sell, and our politicians and all our regulatory bodies, they sell us for cheap. Because why? They'll collect kickback here, kickback there, kickback there. Look at
when is it my turn?
Oh yeah, sorry, Madam Sister. Yes, yeah. I just want to say, look at SpaceX that Elon Musk did. All those low Earth satellites. Do you know that Nigeria sold their telecommunication spectrum to Elon Musk for peanuts? For peanuts, the allocation that they have, our politicians sold it to him for peanuts.
Okay.
Peanuts.
No.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Zita. Let me chime in 2 seconds. Yes. So
I agree with you on that.
Simba, I think Nnaji is right. Okay. At the end of the day, it comes down to affordability. Okay. You're not going to manufacture the same quality of iPhone or whatever product in America for Nigeria or some poor country. It doesn't work that way. So there are different grade. There are different grade and grade for product.
Let me ask you.
Hold on a second. Hold on. By the way, for example, the Nike quality product that we sell here in America is
very
being made in freaking China. Okay. Yeah. So the same China that makes the highest quality makes the poor quality also. So you have to make accordingly for the market kind of serve. That's the way it works.
And Nike, in that process, Nike is losing a lot of money.
Oh, no, they're losing a lot of money.
What do you mean? What do you mean they're losing a lot of money?
They're losing a lot of money.
The knockoffs we are talking about.
Unauthorized
on third countries. It's Nike not
when you
losing
go
money.
to the store, when you go to the store and buy a LeBron James for $300, okay, I mean it is what it is. That's what it's selling for.
Because you are not the investor in that organization. Will you be happy when you buy a Louis Vuitton?
I noticed that we are arguing on something we don't understand.
But the Chinese also make the low grade for their citizens, and that's what they are consuming as well.
I noticed that we are arguing on what we don't understand anyway. If you come to the United States, there are millions and millions of products of China that are low grade quality.
Yes,
exactly.
One can't even blink an eye for it.
Yes,
absolutely. But since we are discussing on what we don't understand, we better leave that area because I don't want to be going wrong.
You talking that
I wanted to say something about
Madam Zita, let me land. I know it's your turn. You just give me 1 more minute. To Simba, I say, why they're producing cheap product for Africa like we can afford it, or these poor countries. No, it depends on affordability. The purchasing power of each country is different. Okay, you don't expect, just like Madam Zita just said, you can get all kind of grade or quality in America. At the same time, you get the best of the best also. Anyways, go ahead.
Madam Sister, please go ahead, because I know it's your turn.
Mm-hmm. Now it's my turn. Simba, what is the topic for today?
It's not El-Rufai and...
El-Rufai is wife's interview yesterday. The wife gave an interview. Listen now, you ask question. The El-Rufai's wife interview yesterday, asking the president to intervene so the husband can go on bail that is on liberal term. Second, Sanwo-Olu justifying annual flooding of Lagos, and he asks us to pray because he doesn't have a clue to what to do. Not my word, one man's word. Not my word, one man's word.
Mr. Baba, is that true?
Lie. I don't use the word lie. I'll tell you, one man barefacedly lied.
But Baba, I don't know. I don't know why people are misquoting what the guy said, though. They are misquoting it.
Madam Sister, let Madam Sister comments, please. I beg. I want to hear.
You know, sorry,
Which kind
sorry,
life
sorry,
is that
John.
one?
Baba, that
I don't like Showolu, but this one where you talk, if you like say I like him.
Sanwo-Olu.
Okay.
What do you mean, Madazika?
I'm not a fan of Showolu, but this one where you talk now.
And the
I
third
like
one,
him
let me
for
give you the
that.
third topic
people
that always puts you in trouble.
Okay.
actually
You see,
misquote to this camp.
Obi
he
asking
is,
Flooding.
you see, he's
Baba, you didn't
right.
say the third topic.
I want to give her, she's not, Obi
Okay.
saying that they want to kill him. He may not be alive to
Okay.
do the next election. And
Who?
they've destroyed all his,
Who said that?
Peter
Said what?
Obi Gregory, that he may not be alive. They want to kill him before the next election. And they've destroyed all his businesses.
Okay. Let me start with Showolu first.
No,
Showolu.
Madam Peter, I'm waiting for you to talk about the Obi that Peter, because Obi is just a
Showolu is right. And he's wrong. There's what they
He did
call.
not even say they wanted to kill him. He didn't say they wanted to kill him. Oh. I don't know why Nigerians just like
No,
twisting
Wait, now,
things.
Mr. Simba, you
no,
talk
let
about
me start with
Showolu.
Showolu
Wait,
now. When I
let's start
get
with
to
No.
Gregory.
It's Obi that Obi did not say they wanted to kill him. He said he might not be alive. That's what he said. He didn't say they wanted to kill him.
Okay, Mr. Simba.
Yeah,
So
but
I don't
Simba,
know why
Okay.
Nigerians we just like twisting words of our
hold on,
politicians
Simba.
just anyhow.
Mr.
Let
Simba,
Madam
hold on
This
now.
Zita.
is
Let
why
me
we
ask
don't
you
let
this.
him talk today.
Is that not the same thing? Is it not
I
killing
It's
wonder.
not the
himself?
same thing. It's not the same thing. It's
They
not the
say
same
they are,
Is
thing.
it not killing himself?
Mr.
They say
Simba,
they are
it's
destroying
okay.
my
Wait now.
businesses.
Please,
Simba,
Madam
is
And
it
they
Zita,
not
even, you
killing
Madam
are
Zita,
himself?
asking
come
me
off mute.
whether I
I
will
beg, Madam
contest the
Zita.
next election. I don't even know if I will be alive
He said I
to
might not be
contest
alive.
it.
But he didn't say they wanted
Oh,
to kill him.
I beg,
I
make we
don't
hold on.
understand.
Let Madam Zita
Hold on,
talk.
barrister Simba. You see, sometimes
Mr.
the
Olam,
thing
let
is
Madam
this.
Zita talk now.
Hold on, Madam Zita will talk. Madam Zita, now you are the comfort. That's your brother that is saying he might not be alive to contest that election. I see that thing as evil machination, evil manipulation. You understand? The one that Barrister Simba is trying to defend him. See, that's how to mobilize mobs.
I'm not
His
defending
guy.
him, Walao. I'm just saying that they do not say
That's
what he didn't say.
that's why I call you Barrister now. Now, the thing now is this. When you are talking like that, you are indirectly whipping up our public sentiment. You just
Sentiment.
want to see people as the
Uh-huh.
victim.
It's
You
politics
are
now.
claiming that your life is at threat. If someone is threatening your life, but you are saying it softly as if you are
Can you
innocent. You are not
people
saying
allow me
anything.
to run my time
I
now?
think that
Haba.
that's what I'm asking you. Is that
Let
a
me
submissive
finish
fight?
speaking that before you people come for
Oh yeah,
the
Madam Sita, go ahead.
argument. I never talk. Una come out talk for my mouth. I beg. Let me start
Oh
with
yeah, go
Showolu.
ahead. Rita, go ahead.
What's his name? Showolu, right? He's right
Hmm.
and he's wrong. Why did I say he's wrong? For somebody who is in the a governor of a state shouldn't be saying something like that. Anyway, that's why I said he's wrong for him to say that. But he's right because there's what they call global challenges. When you have global challenges, it's a kind of above human understanding and intelligence. It just have to happen. Lagos is what they do in Lagos. Most of their so-called islands, they sandfill. They keep sandfilling and building, and you forget that that thing is by the ocean. We are trying to force a natural inhabitant out of its own inhabitant, and you're not doing it properly. So that's what is causing that flooding in Lagos. Go and look at the demography and the what do they call it again in science? Oh, what they call it? These
Topography.
people that take soil samples of a place before you start doing anything in the
Topography.
land. Huh?
Is it not
Muna help me.
topography?
Whatever they call them. Go and check that of Lagos. It's still in the Nigerian Institute of whatever. All those records are there. In as much as Nigerians say that Nigeria doesn't have anything, that they don't apply it.
We have it too.
Oh, we have Institute of Oceanography in VID, very close to the sea.
If that they don't apply it, doesn't mean that they didn't spend money to do those research. Most of those research were done years back. They called experts to do all those research in those towns and cities in Nigeria. Lagos is doing the wrong thing. The way that I'm feeding all those places and building those houses is wrong. They don't put into consideration the water passages. All they do is to sanfill and
Thank
build.
you. You were not
And
here
if
when
you
I said
block,
the same thing.
if you block the water passages, that city is by the ocean. Look at it. It's by the ocean. It's
You were
not by
not here.
the.
The same thing I said. What for
It's
what?
not by the sea. It's by the ocean. So if you don't put into consideration the passages of those ocean waters, you're gonna get flooding. There is no two ways about it.
I have a question to ask you and Papa after.
Oh yeah, ask me.
No, the reason I want to ask is this: I love the point that you just mentioned because I'm of the same opinion. Now, I don't know if you know recently on Arise TV, the company that they contracted the coastal highway, High Tech, the man came out and he gave analysis of the coastal highway and how they did environmental assessments and that they actually created passage for the waterways. But however, the issue has been that he said on national TV that Nigerians are, well, not, he didn't say it directly, but he implied it in his sentence that, that we're a bunch of undisciplined people because people are still building land where they're not supposed to build land. And that you see a lot of refuse in those water that they are being clogged. So
You
now
see,
I want to ask this question: is this fault? Is it the fault of developers or the fault of government or both of them?
is the
I want you and Mr. Baba to answer this question because Marazita. Hey, Marazita don't.
Where is she?
Marazita, can you hear us?
I muted her. Go ahead.
I can hear you. Can you hear
me? No.
Okay, AKO. I don't know what
No,
to.
Can I answer the question then?
I want Mr. Baba and Marazita to answer.
You were not here early. I enumerated it just along the line Zita is doing and what you said also. It's a three-way thing. In, I think, around 2012 or thereabout, Fashola actually worked at this from Badagry Creek to Apapa to Central Lagos or Palinde up to Lekki. There I saw some kind of machines I've never seen in my life. Breaking walls, destroying houses. The machine would just be rolling on water. And for until Fashola left, we never had anything like flooding until the people now started building back. 1, 2, throwing trash all around again and blocking all those channels. 3, people start building, reclaiming land and building illegally. The lagoon is supposed to actually absorb most of this thing during rainy season, and the marshy land, which some countries actually preserve and use them for bird watching. What we don't do here because birds come in the dry season on those marshy lands to eat of the worms in them. So all those things we discarded. We had Banana Island is part of the creation that's causing problem, and there's now Orange Island in development and several pockets of others. So what do you expect? Water finds its level. When water cannot go through its natural channels, it finds its level and go into people's houses, corridors, and roads. But then it's not an excuse. I will call it a natural phenomenon because it happens elsewhere. Even in civilized countries in the West, we saw Spain a year ago We saw what happened, even in their train station flooding. We saw Port Authority in New York. We saw Mississippi. Mississippi is even annual. I talk about the hurricane season, which is disastrous. Nobody has been able to do anything about the hurricane. It destroys every year. People rebuild. So that's something we have to live with. And I ended it with that. Look, relocation is an option if you cannot cope with an annual disaster or biannual or triannual disaster. You can relocate for a better climb. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, Baba. If I may add to what Baba just said, I've been brutal about Lagos, and I'm not going to hide my feelings. Lagos is a very terribly planned state. Very, very terribly planned. And whether we like it or not, the government will have to take a very, very, very heartbreaking, heart-wrecking decision in the future, at least to protect the upcoming generation. Because the ecological disaster we are seeing now, are we even seeing ecological disaster, just to be honest? If Lagos is not replanned, if Lagos is not rebuilt, if you don't start pushing people out of Lagos...
Sorry to quickly put this one. It's not just Lagos. The whole country is terribly planned. The whole Nigeria is terribly planned. It's not just Lagos.
I agree.
But that's not for chat. I better bring her in.
Hold on, let me just land my point, please. The thing now is this. You see one thing you see in that Lagos that we are not addressing. We did in that country, we don't even meet the minimum standard of planning. I see people throwing something in those water channel canal. Of course, they are going to do that. We've not been asking ourselves reasons why the Western world, an advanced country, have decided to go underground. There's a reason why in the country like well-planned country that you don't see all those things open. I believe that if you give them the same way, those guys will do the same thing. We should start thinking of how to rebuild our cities across the country. It is time, I don't know, let me just put it at that anyway, so that I will put myself in the background for Madam Sita to call me. So, please continue.
What do you mean?
Maybe she's not there anymore.
But Sita is here. She's here. But why can't Mr. Olari?
Sorry, guys. Can I know
Why
my
you
network
not
is a
kick
bit
me
unstable.
out?
Don't kick you out now. We don't hear you. You are not. You are for a second. You are not talking. And Baba.
You don't mean it.
Yes.
I didn't hear before. I know what did happen. I find myself at the background.
The question I asked Mr. Baba, I said regarding the high-tech man that he came on TV, and he said that they built passageways for the water, but however that he implied that Nigerians are undisciplined because he noticed that.
So what I was saying
So
is
my
that
question
thing you
is the
said.
problem the developers or the government or both of them?
I said is the problem of who we are.
Madam, you're on mute again. No, please, I beg. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I said it is the problem of who we are. Nigerians are careless about everything. That is who we are. I said about amalgamation. The person that put us together did a fantastic job. We have the same characteristics. I've said this severally here that the standard of living is the same. So you can imagine when somebody will come and build a road where a road is not supposed to pass, and then people will use it for two months. The road will cut into two. Then we say, hey, the road, don't go see the road where they build it. The next thing, the ones that have money will start buying a truck to navigate the bad road instead of complaining. And I said here that this thing this man said, that you notice that they are careless about they did something survey and they find out they don't care. They just want to build the road. I noticed that question was the question I asked my father when I was young. In those days, I was telling you people the story. I didn't know you didn't hear. My father was driving us. And I was curious why the road cannot just be straight. Why do they have to build road? Road we go like this, then turn like this, then go like, why can't they just build a road straight? In a place there is no water, there is nothing. Then my father started explaining to me that they have to pass those roads in a terrain where they can build, the soil can take it and it can last. So that's why you come out, instead of a road going straight, you will see it at one point, it will do as if it bend like this, can't go like this. Because growing up as a child, I didn't understand why a road should be built like that. So that's exactly what, hello, can you people hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
So that's exactly what is happening in Lagos. Lagos is not that you don't have cities in the world that are like that. There are a lot of cities that are sitting on a plate. But Lagos, they're doing it wrongly. They keep just pouring sand. Okay, look at the new place they're doing now. They keep pouring sand. There's something. The moment the sand don't reach where it reach, they start building on it. You are stopping the water flow. You are not checking where does this water flow into. How does it pass? You go build house on top of where water go pass. Water go show you pepper now. They never see something. No. I hope that city doesn't submerge one day. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I know what I'm talking about. I hope those your so-called island. Which one is which now? Which
So
one they water?
what do you have to say about El-Rufai?
Wait now, let me finish with Lagos now. Are you scared of what I want to say? Because when I say it, it happen. Which one is island and
Are you a
mainland?
prophet? Are you
Which
calling
one is
yourself a
island and
prophet?
mainland? I go talk am, even
You
if
mean
you know
in
where they are.
Lagos?
In Lagos,
Yeah,
island, all those your Snake
islands that
Island,
island.
Orange Island, Bomba Island. You see those places.
Okay, those are reclaimed lands actually.
Yes.
They pump water. They take sand from the sea, pump it into the lagoon to reclaim it. That lagoon that is supposed to be marshy and taking in those water and emptying them into the ocean. So they did it reverse. So and they rather than allow the land to even settle, the soil to settle like 6 years, within 1 year they start building on these things.
No wahala. One dude that go wake up here say, "Una go
Oh,
dey
of
see
course,
roof,
of
roof,
course, of course. You
roof,
know
roof,
nature
roof,
now.
roof." Now roof una go dey see all the building don't enter water.
It will carry go issue.
El-Rufai. Wait till una say El-Rufai wife talk.
She was crying that he was begging the government to release her husband.
You see, they go soon do and waiting they do as a document wife. It's as
Waiting
if,
then do Asari Dokumba's wife.
you know, say this nonsense where she just do now. So Asari document wife do in those days when they carry Asari document. You know what thing they do?
Waiting they do.
They send some people, some kind people from the military. They go her house early morning. And they talk for global platform. As early as 3 a.m. in the morning, they knock for door. And they talk because I know my colleague was the wife's sister. They knock for door.
Is it may I say just stop there? Right over that side, I beg, please.
Okay, make I shut
Please.
up. Okay. So because somebody asked me what thing they do, I want to talk. No say me, I know they fear.
No,
if it is dangerous, if it is sensitive, don't talk about
It's not
it.
sensitive. It's not sensitive.
Let's follow what Baba talk. Maybe we go.
No, if they did not buy her now, if they just
No, they
want her.
not buy her.
Oh,
They
don't
not buy her.
Remy,
No,
hold
they not
on.
buy her.
Those
One man
ones,
don't say we don't talk.
move on, Zita. Please,
They
all
not buy
don't
her.
mind them.
No, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
if they just want her, it's okay now.
As she
Zita, let me say
opened
this.
door,
Zita, sorry.
as
Zita,
she
let me say this
opened
before
door,
you continue.
they tell and say, if we hear female again, you see as we call early morning now, knock door. And so we can come carry you. And she shut up her mouth because she was going from media house to run her mouth. You see, El-Rufai's wife, you know, sometimes because they know how Nigeria is, they believe anybody can do anything and get away with it. That's why she's saying that. I don't think she knows the gravity of what the husband did. If she knows, she will be saying, let him come home anytime they release him, let him come out in peace, alive. But because Nigeria is a country that people just do anything and get away with it, that's why she's still showing her face on camera. Such a woman is not supposed to be showing her face on camera. But what do I know? Nothing. So that's why she's showing her face on camera. Next topic, please.
Madam Peter, quickly.
Well, what are you going to, what do you want to say? Sorry, let me give her another topic.
I just want to. Okay, go ahead.
What do you want to say to be on the ballot in 2027?
Maybe what you want to ask me first.
What I want to, yeah, what I want to say. Sorry, what I want to say is very simple. I think the arrogancy and the impression that they have people in power, they control everything. That is that kind of arrogance that woman is showing. That at least El-Rufai is well popular in Nigeria. You know, sometimes all these people, there's so many delusional attitude from them. They always thought that nobody can pick him, nobody can touch him, nobody can do this. But are you not? They know the gravity of what he has done. But they, and unfortunately, for an average Nigerian, that is too sentimental, too emotional. So if you want to get in Nigeria, just play along at their emotive side, and that is all. And the reason why this
so you know, say in husband case, no be Nigerian, only Nigerian wahala.
Hey, you know, they know now. They know. How can somebody, for God's sake, if not because it's Nigeria, let's assume it's any developed country, all the whole family will be wiped out immediately. Let's talk about if it's North Korea. That is the end.
It's not even North Korea, even America too. They
will pick everybody, every damn body immediately. You will not see the. You will not. You can't.
You will not hear
like
about the news. Nothing.
It's just like, okay, I'm El-Rufai. Nobody can touch me. I can say whatever I want. I wiretap them. If I want.
It's not what he said. It's what he did. It's not what he said. Talk is different than doings.
Yeah,
it's his doings we are talking about, not what he said.
But sorry, why is the wife crying now? The wife was not there when the husband was misbehaving. What did she do when he was misbehaving?
That's why I said they think Nigeria a joke now. No, so when Nigeria is a joke, nothing you do is a big offense.
Behind every powerful man that misbehaves, go and check his wife. It is that woman behind that. You have to do it this way. You have to.
I'm even surprised that she showed her face on camera. Man,
she's just pretending.
But you know, unfortunately, she will get sympathy from. Sorry, Ako.
Both of them, the wives.
Go ahead.
No, Mr. Simba,
number 2 and number 3 that
both of the wives.
Number 2 and number 3.
Okay.
You know, what I want to say is this. You know, unfortunately, you know, as we used to blame our government that, okay, when you belong to a ruling party, whatever your sins, people, they will forgive you. Nigerians also now, they are not sympathizing with El-Rufai. El-Rufai, when he was in APC, the guy, in fact, after Tinubu, I don't think there's any other Nigerian that they hate more than El-Rufai. But now that he's in opposition, Nigeria started sympathizing with him. Oh, he's
they call the people name,
all those things. And even the Arise TV, why did they bring that woman to for that interview? It's because of the way they behave.
Thank you, Mr. Simba. Thank you.
Okay, number 3 topic.
Just overpriced himself. Okay, number 3 topic, Simba. El-Rufai overrate himself. That's just the thing. he overrates himself and he's getting the
No, this is number
feedback
3 now. You have discussed Sowolu, you have discussed El-Rufai. I told you, okay, what are you going to say about your brother that said he might not be alive?
Mr. Obi.
Okay, you see,
Mm.
there is something I keep saying about P2B. You see, when he said that, what did all of you agree? That he wants to whoop up sympathy. He doesn't.
Not all of you, not everybody. Majority still believe that what he's saying is true, that they want to find him.
That is what I'm
So
saying now. When they believe
Nobody
him,
wants to buy him, I beg.
And they are destroying his
when they believe
businesses.
him,
They are
when they
destroying
believe
his
him,
businesses.
he whips up sympathy. He
Mm.
doesn't have that capacity and capability to whoop sympathy.
It's not even worth it.
I have been saying this, and I know that most people on this platform don't really like my guts because of P2B. And I don't care. Obi is a political non-grantor. He's picking people's political strategy. But he refused to understand that there is no problem anywhere, that the problem is him. It is when you are not the problem, you can pick strategy to enable yourself. The problem of P2B is P2B. I have been saying it and I will keep saying it. He's trying to use Trump's card. He's using Trump's playbook. Trump lost the election. Trump continued making waves till he came back and won that election. Obi lost an election. From that day he lost the election, just like Trump, he did not accept the result. Just like Trump, he did not congratulate the winner up to today. Just like Trump, he has been endorsing people. But the problem he did not understand is that there are two ways to move in politics. It's either you are par with the person you are competing with, or you are above the person you are competing with. That being said, the other way is you build something that is not a political kingdom and then use it to come in to challenge that person in his political kingdom. Obi doesn't have the two. Obi doesn't have political kingdom. He did not build something out of the political kingdom like Trump did. So he cannot challenge anybody. So trying to pick Trump's strategy to use cannot work because he has been endorsing people, campaigning for them, running around. At the end of the day, none of them has ever won that election. And now he come up with I die, I don't die, bye, cannot, yeah. So the crowd will start following him like they follow Trump. Hey, I'm fighting for you. That's why they're after me, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work. You have to build either a political kingdom or a non-political kingdom. That's the way you fight. Obi has businesses. How many of the people in his businesses are behind him? What has he grown outside of being a governor of Anambra State, to thank governor? What is his kingdom outside of? When I mean kingdom, I mean human kingdom. Somebody like Elumelu, Dangote, they have human kingdom. Those people have human kingdom. Believe it or not, they can use it to challenge anybody. Because even if you don't like him, when you notice that if you go there, your Gary go increase, you don't come but vote for him. What about Obi? So all those things he's saying, I don't even know why you people keep listening to that guy, honestly. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
I don't know why you people keep listening. As long as I
we have to listen to him because
the person he's competing with is not listening to him. So
that's it. Because if Tinubu were to be a person like Goodluck Jonathan, this thing will not be funny at all. It's just because Tinubu himself. Now I can't begin to understand Tinubu that man is brutal.
That man. You see, when I talk about Tinubu, people ask me, I'm supporting him. That is the first accusation, and I never met him before. Don't even know who the heck he is. Not supporting him because all of them are the same.
Emefiele Badejo was in court today. He pleaded not guilty to 6 charges.
Who?
The head of Emefiele, Badejo.
That one will go jail.
Now he's gone.
He's going to jail.
They will abuse me. See, that guy has what I call one of the strongest political kingdom in Africa. That Tinubu. Do you know why his political kingdom is dangerous? It's not on the surface. You know how what do they call it? What's this animal that bores hole, has the longest tunnel? What's that name of that animal? That we bore hole inside. You say one chesam, you go dig higher. It's not squirrel. I've forgotten the name of that animal. If you go to if you go to the zoo, they always give him almost a kilometer of tunnel.
Oh, is it badger?
Forgotten the name.
Is it badger?
Is it white? All those white warthog?
It's a kind of wild animal, but they put it.
It's a warthog now. It's warthog that used to borrow. Right? It's a big animal that used to borrow.
I'm talking about groundhog.
I think it's groundhog. Where they dig, get kingdom underground.
Groundhog is groundhog. Yeah, it's groundhog.
Yeah, some people like answering that name. When they want to tell you that they can, is it groundhog or greyhound?
It's warthog that used to borrow. That used to when a lion or cheetah pursuing, they will just run and enter the hole now.
No, I mean it has a long tunnel.
Okay, continue what you are saying.
It's called rabbit.
Then plenty rabbit. Then plenty.
So because his own is not, he doesn't flaunt it. It makes people to underrate him. There are a lot of people that man is holding their brokers in that country and in Africa. You hold their brokers for hand. So that's why I keep telling Nigerians.
Sorry, let me say this. Sorry for cutting you short. I think Obi doesn't actually know anything about politics. Maybe because he has been having opportunity when he became governor of Anambra, he got it on a platter of gold. And even in 2023, when he contested, Buhari was actually not in support of Tinubu. So we even have evidence that he was the military actually even helped Obi to rig in Lagos State for Tinubu to be defeated in Lagos State. There are evidence to that. So the kind of free hand, the kind of freedom that he had during that 2023 election, I think that the same thing is expecting to get in 2027. I think what he had in 2020 was just a mock election. The real election is what he's going to have in 2027. And
that's the best way to explain it.
So, and it's not coping. And that's why he's saying that he might not be alive. It's not coping at all. It's not coping with it. So if you want to be a politician, I want to be president, and you are behaving like a lily, I don't think he's ready.
Simba, in addition, if you're a politician and you know the momentum now does not favor him. He knows it. A lot of people are already over him. Some people also continue to come online and apologize to their friends. Some people are asking themselves questions. Why are they so low to vote for this kind of personality? They couldn't believe their eyes. So he knows the momentum does not favor him. And unfortunately for him too, jumping from one side to another side in a space of 2 or 3 months, and also doing what I call backstabbing to the to your political godfather, the one we also call your leader. This is not the first or second time. Nobody will like such a politician. Nobody will like a politician that they cannot hold their word. Nobody will like somebody that is so sleepy.
Who is his political godfather?
Don't tell me it's
Atiku now. Atiku is his leader. It's his godfather.
I beg go and keep quiet. How Atiku be Obi political godfather?
Are you kidding yourself? You don't know. Have you seen him talk about Atiku in front?
Okay, listen.
What is the relationship? Just because he deputized him in 2019.
I don't know where they got that one from. He's not.
He's not. How can Obi does not have a godfather? Forget about it. He's not.
Obi is not a politician. He's politically naive.
He's not so savvy like that.
He's not he doesn't have any political godfather.
And when you are
he does all those miscreants like Peter. It was that one in River State that told him to go to Labour Party in 2023. All those ones are his political advisors and political
governors. And then when you are playing against a master chess player,
Tiku is not his political godfather.
When you are playing against a master chess player that you cannot know his network is so deep that people you do not even know that they are working for him.
That is why Tinubu is dangerous. I keep saying it.
Yeah, it's quite
his dangerous. Network is so deep that the person you are talking to, even that Kwankwanzo, sitting beside Obi as vice president, you don't know whether it's one of the housing in Tinubu's tunnel. And they tell you.
It's possible. It's quite
That's
possible.
how dangerous his political destiny is. But when I say if people say I'm supporting him, because they don't want to listen.
They will never listen. Forget about that one. And
you are supporting.
Okay, so let's Zita round up, please, so that we have some other people. Okay.
Madam Zita is supporting Tinubu. Why are you denying it? You don't have to say, "Oh, I keep behind Tinubu," but when you say everything that favors
Tinubu, I am not support. I don't support them.
She doesn't like Tinubu at all. She doesn't support Tinubu.
Let me tell you, if I'm supporting a politician, you don't know. Listen, what I support, I am so proud of it. No, if I come here, I go to talk. Two of us go to do boom, 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 boom. What you go do me? You go slap me. I have every right as a human being and as a bona fide citizen of Nigeria to support any candidate I want to support. And that's the kind of person I am. I will be proud to come to a platform. I don't even need to tell you why I'm supporting him. Must I explain myself to anybody? So why would I be ashamed or hide behind a curtain to support
I think Ola is just pulling your leg. You don't mind Ola.
I'm not supporting any of them, but I know who's gonna win. Just as I said in 2023, he's gonna lose them. No waiting be flogging bomb. Grandmama don't flog you before.
You see the problem with Obi is this. Obi is being used without knowing that it's being used.
By whom?
Now, you know those people that want to hijack power at all cost, just for them to just go and do rubbish. You know, see now every move that Obi makes is going to take away the voting block from the south. Because and you know especially when people are just
I don't start this nonsense permutation again.
Oh no, man,
make me laugh.
Relax. So but you will see the strategy that those El-Rufai and co was banking on before was that okay, if they push out some southern candidates, they are going to slash the block A and they will hijack power by concentrating their own. Now, where I'm scared, where I now know that Tinubu na Babawiri is just where he came with all this. His supporters are coming with all these court and engaging them in these court activities. So this guy now coming with kind of weaponizing emotion that he might not be alive and all those stuff. He's not coming out to say that really that it's in Tinubu won't pay him or whatever. No, he wants you to start guessing that okay, they can pay him, they can do all those, That's why this guy is very dangerous. Making that statement, we have a lot of people start discussing, maybe they are really after him. They are really all this kind of thing, you understand? Just to create his own.
So I don't know who is discussing that thing he said, though. I don't know where you got that one from.
Even if they,
nobody
even if they are
is
not
discussing it.
At least he made that attempt to push that narrative into the public domain.
So no, it's not me that he said it on a podcast. Wait now. He said it, and a lot of people are discussing it in Nigeria. So what are we talking about?
The supporters will use it and say.
Sorry, Simba, can I say this? Sorry, can I quickly say this? Ola, the mistake you guys are always doing is that sometimes you don't understand the political terrain of Nigeria very well. All these things that you're saying, El-Rufai and Atiku, they will have the North lockdown. It's a lie. Because this is 2027, where this man have penetrated the northern part of Nigeria. And I kept on telling you guys that there are so many APC bigwigs that they will show their Modu in this election that you'll be surprised. Because every one of them, or those ones that are eyeing 2031 to become the president of Nigeria, or maybe get an important position, they will show their Modu. Look, the strongest region that party is so powerful is that Northwest. And they will show Atiku, Pepe, this time around. This is not 2023, while most of them just fold their hands and they, okay, let's just be under, because they did the handwritten of Buhari that is never here or there. But this time around, you will see what we call party politics in play.
Remy, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
This thing you are saying is easier said than done, like you are saying it. If there's anybody that has always said that El-Rufai just key in when he knew that anyhow that Tinubu will likely win. I've said it over and over here, because when I hear people that El-Rufai helped Tinubu, it didn't, because I follow how he counter Tinubu from day one.
Yeah,
when Buhari was in power.
He never really supported like that.
Hold on. He was now coming towards the tail end of that thing when he knew that it's not likely that a northerner will come in, and he now key himself now wanted to take the glory.
No, it's because they did not pick him. They didn't pick him.
Hold on, no, Baba. It's not because you understand. So the thing is this: whether they pick him now, you think the northeast and northwest people want to comply? No, those people too, they love power. They want to power.
To dominate. Yeah.
Now, look at the problem now. Initially I was discussing with Gbajabiamila in the afternoon. Now, the thing is this: you see, I'm someone that supported Jonathan. Hold on. Yeah, I was discussing with him. Now, initially, I've always been a supporter of Jonathan until recently when I started retracing myself. And look, even some of the problem we landed ourselves today, it was still that Jonathan that created that problem, whether innocently or innocently. Saudi Arabia, they cash Gumi. Now, this same Jonathan go beg on his behalf, sign the federal, the Nigerian instrument to go and plead on his behalf. Maybe going for the Ghana or Saudi Arabia, they don't take nonsense in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they don't take extremism. They don't.
Maybe therefore don't fight that guy. Tete. The same Jonathan, he was the one that went against and rescued this Borno State.
Modu Sharif.
Ali Modu Sharif. Look at all that dangerous game.
That guy that created Boko Haram. That used Boko Haram.
Exactly. He was dancing to the tune. Now, El-Rufai started harassing. He has started harassing Tinubu since 2015. No, he even harassed him to the extent that you did not even know when to put a full stop. You harassed the person that was in commander in chief. You are now even saying you are tapping the message in his office. If say now, if Tinubu had not made any move by today, Undrume, all and go, they will be running their mouth anyway. What made it worse is it is all friend that happened to be this guy, Ribadu. Is the one is in case.
Is that the one that yeah?
Mm-hmm. And Tinubu is not stopping at that only. He now created home office for the first time in history. And some people are saying it's not legal. It's not legal. Why? And we are now looking for someone that will come out and say, okay, you want to counter him, because they are now seeing the move that this guy will deal with you brutally, and it's not going to deal with you in a good manner. They are going to use the instrument of the state and the law to deal with you. I think everybody, all of a sudden now, Ndume now is now a fan of.
Ndume came to Aso Rock that come and see Tinubu.
I've seen him speak on TV now, supporting his program. He's talking how wonderful he has been and all those stuff. Suddenly, they are now seeing the good side of Tinubu, that he's doing wonderfully. He has already checkmated them. Because you that want to tackle someone, you have a lot of baggage, a lot of shit in your baggage, and you are coming now to come and be doing Macaban dance. I think that is where I think that is where this guy has checkmated them. So this Obi that he's talking to, I think he understands all this legal of the registration and all those kind of things. I think we have not even seen anything. I think that drama go plenty very well. Even Atiku that was raking for Jonathan, then all of a sudden Atiku is not a good citizen. No. The only thing he can talk about certificate. You know, that time Atiku was practically threatening a sitting president. Jonathan. None of them dares it, because that's it. You know, may I know even
open their ears now. Why?
Tinubu now I just know say that man a crazy man. Before I know even know say the man they brutal like this, to be honest.
And I like he doesn't talk too much. He doesn't need to talk.
He doesn't talk. He said when I was not even the president, I found my way in. Is it now that I'm the president that they want to take me out? He said, He just talked like that. He didn't talk more than that. He didn't talk more than that.
Oh, this second.
No, Ola. The question is this: in that 2023 election, in my mind, I already know that anybody that wins that election will spend 8 years, because it's the major tribe were quite divided.
What do you mean that will spend 8 years, Mr. Remi?
I will tell you why. Tell me today, if Atiku is your president now, who is going to remove him?
Nobody.
Who? Tell me. Who's Atiku more ruthless than Tinubu self?
But they removed Jonathan. Don't forget to.
They removed Jonathan. Exactly.
No, the reason why they removed Jonathan, I will tell you the reason why they removed Jonathan. First and foremost, Jonathan was just an opportunist president because of the death of Yaradua. They gave him that chance to complete the 2.5 years that remained. He completed it. And then 2011, everybody coalesced and voted for you. That is 6 years, 6.5 years. If he had won in 2014 and 2015, he would have spent close to 9 years. 10 years.
Yeah.
So, and at that particular time, everybody knew that the right thing to do is go back to the north.
It was
the second thing, Jonathan too was not ruling very well.
Yeah, he wasn't.
With all the Let me finish. With all the opportunities that are brought to him, we are making money from oil. A lot of external reserve that through the Obasanjo left for him. Over 60 billion. Another 20 billion SS could account.
Jonathan didn't lose because of a dad. Jonathan,
he's also not because of it. Not very well.
Hold on. Okay, the economy was worse.
Mr. Allah,
the economy was worse under Buhari and still won the second time.
Okay, why did he lose?
Look at now. Nigerians nowadays, they were telling you, I can see what this man do with their physical eyes. But Nigerians, and every Nigerian will tell you, I just traveled from Akure to this place. Oh my God, come and see what they are doing. They are telling you what they can see. But in Jonathan time, what can you see? Even the second
No, Remy, I will tell you, no, Jonathan did not lose because of all those stories you are talking about.
Okay, why
Let's
did you
just further first. See, but Jonathan showed cowardice.
Okay.
I've told you. Let me tell you one thing. Now, he left those people that supported him, started romancing those people that wanted him out of power. You wanted to satisfy those people that they don't care. If you turn Nigeria to Dubai and America combined together, those people, as long as they are not in power, they no send you. You understand? You see all those children that you think they see all those infrastructure you are doing, you go they deceive yourself because they are in control of those people. You know, and those people in control of Amajiri and all those stuff. They don't send you. They don't send you. So deliver, turn Nigeria to Paris, or turn making. You understand? Some people all they want to know, they just want to be in power. Whether they are going to bring the country back for 500 years, as long as they are not that in power, they don't care. They were practically threatening a sitting president, and the sitting president was showing some sign of cowardice. I say, if I use a particular percentage of the power I have, Nigeria will be ungovernable. Have you ever heard any president that said that before? Have you ever heard it? And they will do that same thing. Go and hear them. The day Obasanjo told people that say that election of 2023, that 2027 will be, say that do 2023, say that do or die. Go stand in front of him now and see. But this guy, immediately they shouted at him in one day, say, you just go and pick one of them. Oh yeah, come and be my advisor. They just shouted, they were just blackmailing him and he was dancing to them. So they saw that those fear. That is the reason they could go ahead and they went to the extent of bringing foreign militia, thinking that this guy will not win, will not leave power, so that they can use that to counter. You go and bring foreign militia under Obasanjo. Pray that person will live to see the light of next day. You try that kind of rubbish. They brought militia, and this man is saying, by the time I left, you will understand this thing. Under you. You were even saying Boko Haram was in your government when that thing was at the infant stage.
Yeah, he could have dealt with
it. So instead of leaping it in a board, irrespective of whether Obama or whoever was against you,
he would have
say that Nigeria will remember this thing that I'm saying. I was supposed to be the commander-in-chief. Were you supposed to allow us to see the worst country like this? You were supposed to tackle. That was why you were in commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief is just like you are placing your own life on the line.
Yeah.
You are placing your own life on the line for the country. But you ran away. So it took me several years to even understand what I'm saying today, because I'm a hardcore supporter of Goodluck Jonathan. But Gumi, you were the reason Gumi is not either in jail or in Saudi Arabia, or he has not been paid. You are the reason Ali Modu Sharif can still be talking.
Yeah,
can still be talking anyhow. You understand? You are the why were you so? And probably that's why this guy was even against him. Who knows whether that's why Obama was even against him?
Yeah,
maybe one of those things. You are the forefront.
Why are you harboring these people?
For known terrorist apologists. Because how do we say it? Gumi was linked to this thing. You understand? Ali Modu Sharif was thinking about another thing. And you are still the one trying to order your government begging for them. Why will you do that? You should be praying that even those people should even be taken away.
Yeah.
So to me, if you think you can do so, these people they try a lot, you know. El-Rufai already threatened Tinubu. You know, Tinubu was not talking because maybe Tinubu was looking and say, this guy's ignorance. He doesn't know the power of the commander-in-chief. He's not talking. He allowed El-Rufai to talk himself in trouble. Unfortunately for him, he's French. You know, El-Rufai and Rubadu are friends. They released him to go and attend this mama burial now.
Yeah.
And Nuru Rubadu was saying, it is our mama. You are calling someone your mama, and yes, you simply carry his son. You still put him for jail. And at a particular point, again, the same president now carry another person in the name of Homeland Security to checkmate.
How
bad Are you not going to be afraid of that kind of person?
Tinubu get mine, dude. Ah!
Are you not going to be scared? Okay, state police now. I was even say, okay, they didn't want to start state police so that they won't. Okay, he's not giving you that state police now. He's not giving you now. So to me, El-Rufai now one chance. I'm waiting for what they are going to do for that guy. I can't say categorically whether he will go jail or not. So I think Peter Obi is reading all those stuff. Someone want to speak?
Ola, what do you think about these people that are saying the state police is coming at the wrong time because of the upcoming elections?
You know, can everything come at the right time to some Nigerians? You know, even if state police is coming in the next 500 years, some people will have reasons why it should not come. So it has always been human thing.
Do you know, Mr. Jonathan regime? Go ahead, Mr.
Sorry, is it not stupid that something that everybody has been craving for, calling for, fighting for many, many years, and we're almost there, and people are kind of this tells you a lot about some Nigerians.
What do you mean by progressive?
It's just there's no honesty in many of them. They're just too hypocrites and two-faced.
Short-sighted.
Then you see people come out from some quarters, and you can tell, like, how can you be that learned? Election is 6 months away, and you actually think that the state police is going to be up and running in 6 months' time, to the point whereby they will use it for election. Okay, so what is Tinubu going to do with the state police that he cannot currently do with the federal police? Like,
I wonder.
He still is the one that is in control of the federal police. If it's to rig election, Tinubu can deploy police everywhere across that country and rig election. Well, I don't understand what they are trying to say. It just
can even deploy soldier. Can deploy soldier. Can deploy DSS.
He can deploy everything. All the military arms of that country is in his hand. You know, they're all in his hand. So, like, what is he going to do with state police regarding an election that he cannot do with the current police system? And I just don't understand this. That's how one other guy was praising a governor the other day on Facebook. Oh, where do you get money from? Look at the work you are doing. And I'm like, you guys, on one hand, the same person on one hand will criticize Tinubu. Tinubu, where is subsidies money? Where is the subsidies money? Well, what are you people doing? So then you are praising your governor for doing good work in your state. I'm like, where do you think that money comes from that your governor is spending now? Like, do you not understand? Like, do you not understand that is the increase in revenue as a result of subsidy removal that makes that your governors now have higher revenue to do infrastructure or to do whatever you are praising him for?
Mr. Progressive.
The other one was saying that Lagos. They were talking about Lagos. You're talking about a country like places like Amsterdam. You know, like, I would have loved, like, there's, in this life that we have now, right? Sometimes maybe there are some people that they would have loved that their father was Bill Gates, right? Or their father was Dangote. But they are not. Your father is who your father is. So you just need to understand there are levels to everything in life. Nigeria is a third world country for a reason. Nigeria did not become a third world country from a first world or second world. Nigeria had always remained a third world country. And the idea that you will now say, oh, look at what they did. Like, do you know how long it took them to be able to come to that level, to get to where they are today? We need to understand that we are going to get there, but it might not even be in our own generation. Okay? There were a lot of people that suffered, that lost a lot in this China economic revolution. They did not even enjoy. They did not even live to see the Chinese of today, the China of today. they're not alive to see this same shiny, this beautiful China that everybody's talking about. They sacrificed then, but they're not even alive today to see how China look today. But the problem with us, they will tell you, it's 3 years. The government has been off for 3 years. Everybody is dying. When are we going to see this? When are we going to see? Like, what do you want to see in 3 years? Are you stupid? What do you want to see in 3 years?
So sorry if I say this my favorite quote that say we Africans we know how to suffer but we don't have to sacrifice. Is that correct?
Yeah. So like somebody. So we've been practicing a system for many years that we had under military government subsidizing this, subsidizing that, subsidizing this. It's more like a unitary system, head of state control everything. So we went into democracy. We said, look, guys, we're running a federal system of government. Can we practice the true federalism, a federal system of government as it should be? And we've been having this fight since 1999. We talk about local government functioning, we talk about policing, we talk about security, we talk about education, we talk about how to decentralize all of these things. And
what is Obasanjo saying about this election?
I don't know. I just got to. So we've never been able to get to that point where we say, okay, let's start to decentralize the system. Then somebody came along in 3 years.
Sorry, but they say that diversity that's the problem. What about that? They say it's our diversity that's the problem.
The federal system actually address our diversity. And this is why I don't understand. The federal system is the best system for a country like Nigeria. Because what it does is that you can break it down to even a local government or even ward. Do you understand now? So you have belonging. So if you have a tribe and you want them to have a share, they can have it within a ward or within a local government. And they will
I totally agree. So I come, sorry for interjecting. So I come after every coup, after this and that. The people that take power always want to bring us to one as to one unitary system. Why do they pursue that? When obviously
no, because no. Precisely, what happened was that it was people who thought maybe they needed power to be able to consolidate what the advantage that they had then. They were the one who actually start to bring all this go do with degree this, degree that, the degrees that are making that solidify power at the central. So the problem now is that they forgot that they got power through the arms, and they could also lose power through arms, which was what happened. So when they lost power, that was one of the reasons that we went into the civil war in the first place. So they could not come to terms with losing power, and they wanted. They were not asking for something that they did not give when they had power. So that was one of the problems that we had.
I understand the military, but our civilian leaders also, when they come to power, it's not like they're trying to come there to separate and make us regional system or a system that addresses our diversity in order to be more productive. They don't do that. They if you ask me, they behave like the military also.
How many?
Yeah,
let me ask you.
Because
we'd
never elected.
No,
a true federal. Yeah.
Let me say this. It's like how many civilian government have we had, Prince Adi?
3.5.
I mean, from a technical
let me tell you. When the military abolished the regional government in 1866, the best person and the person that was actually had the opportunity and in the best position to have returned us back to that regional government was Obasanjo in 1976. You understand? Because he had the opportunity of handing over the government to a civilian government. And he actually wasn't the case because he was the one now that started the creation. It was Obasanjo that created local government in 1976.
Yeah, but for me, but to be honest, for me, I think it was the best thing. I think the system for me is better than that.
Right.
that is better than that regional system. I'm not going to lie to you. I prefer the federal for Nigeria, the way Nigeria is, because what people don't understand about Nigeria is
What
that
about the
you
minority?
exactly there's too many minorities in Nigeria. There's a lot of minority. And for them to have representative, you have to create a system that have a local government, ward level, things like that, that will make sure that they accommodate them.
But let me tell you, regional government does not abolish all those ones also now. If you have a regional government, doesn't mean you can't have a local government.
Yeah, but you have to you have a region that is just too big that maybe the overwhelming majority of that region will
Take
then be
over, which is
taking
what
will
now
take
happened.
over.
No, but progressive. But what we were using even as an NCC was still the federal system too. The only thing is
Because
that instead of
don't forget, it was during the regional system that the Midwestern region came out of the Western region.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, progressive. Look at this. I don't want. There's something that I can't talk openly for. Okay, let's say it this way. What that regional system we were using will still not stop even our multicultural background to even implement the way it is. I understand what you are saying, but one of the reasons we are having this problem today is just that we have 3 major ethnic groups. And Baba said something earlier. When you look at China, you have the Iron Chinese that they're about 88% of that thing. So no power tussle between that major ethnic group and any other group. And when you look at across most countries that develop today, they just have that homogeneity that is very high, maybe 70%, 80% that one ethnic group dominates. So we are not having all these counter Igbo versus Yoruba narratives, Yoruba versus Fulani, Hausa Fulani narrative. So there, we don't have this homogeneity, the problem from the religion.
Sorry, I hear you. So there's no country in the world that is as diverse as ours that has never succeeded to develop. Is that what you're saying?
No, can you say that again? Can you say that again?
So
yes. The answer is yes. So if you have an example, just give us.
I was asking a question actually, so I don't have an answer. I was thinking back, but I don't think I have an answer.
Prince Daddy, I took my time to, now that we have AI tools and a lot, I took my time to actually make that research. And even someone was even pushing out that country to me, and I still insisted that the fact is consistent. So because you have one major ethnic group, and what they do is that they assimilate others. Now, the problem between Igbo and Yoruba today is just because of problem of assimilation. Now, in all those Chinese things, you understand, some people, even though they are not Aryan Chinese, they drop their culture just because they know that there's nothing they can do when you have 88% Aryan Chinese. So the best bet is to just play along with them. But now, in a situation in Nigeria today,
no. So I still think for me, Ola, listen. I think the federal system for me is the best way. The American system is the best way for us as
our regional system of federal too. That's what we are saying.
Sorry, Ola. Ola, let me
no. So hold on one second. Let me just explain. So, but what I would like to see in this system would be that local government, states should have powers to create local government. It should not be something that is constitutionally enshrined that you have to create it through the National Assembly. No, I believe states should be given powers to create local government. So that for me will make it more. Sorry,
isn't that dangerous?
Okay.
Akim, how can you even say?
Every street can become a local government. Every street will become a local government, right?
Let's look at it this way.
Remy, you will talk. I don't just want us to shift us away from there. No,
I'm not shifting. I'm still on the same thing where Akim is trying.
Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say is this. There is something that is flying out in Nigeria nowadays. I don't know whether it's true. They say there's a bill that they will introduce soon and probably pass before October 1st. The bill tends to regionalize Nigeria into 6 regions, with each region have 7 states. And after that, and I think they also
Remy, forget it. It's not true. Forget it. Don't
okay,
just.
okay. What I want to say, what I wanted to say is that I like
You said that they carry Indian
I
woman.
like Akim idea, but on one caveat. What is the caveat? Let each state or region now control their resources by themselves. Nobody go to Abuja to collect money anymore.
But that's where I was going, Remy. That's
okay, Remy.
So because the idea why you guys say it was dangerous, or because you think will still be federal government was
you can create as many local governments.
Sharing. No, we will go to the point whereby state will be generating their resources, and you can create as many local government as you want. It's up to you.
But then isn't that weaponization of?
I will start by saying that it should give the state the option to be autonomous. Okay.
Okay.
Let's Prince Daddy land now. Let him land.
Now all of them just okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
So that's
you are bullying me because I'm one of the moderators. Go ahead.
Prince Daddy, so you chicken out now when we are having.
No, Mr. Prince Daddy. Okay. No, I will come. I'm coming.
He's even afraid. Don't mind him for talking. He's afraid of to talk, sir. He's even afraid to talk.
Prince Daddy, say something about? Don't let them mock you.
Who are you talking about?
Okay. Okay, Prince Daddy, if you are not ready to talk, let me talk then. If you are
not
ready to talk.
I mean, everybody wants to talk now. Of course, you guys.
I stop Ola for you, and you said.
I know, but Ola was still keep talking. Okay, I appreciate it. I was going to say that let's start with giving each state the autonomy to want to go independent of the federal. Let's start with that. Okay. For example, if Ogun State says, okay, I want to be independent of the federal. Okay, let it give them that status. Okay, to do their own thing, and contribute to the center a small percentage until each state is ready. See, Simba is beyond just having the resources or the natural resources in your country. You have to have the experience and the know-how and tacit knowledge and all those things to make it work. Simply having natural resources doesn't mean that you're gonna have the money to run your state. So states that are like you can say they are ready to go. Lagos State, Ogun State, for example.
Which Ogun State?
Autonomous.
That governor is useless. That's the most useless governor that Ogun State has ever had.
No, forget about the governor. The governor will come and go now. Forget about the governor.
Exactly. I'm not based on the structure of the state and a lot of activities going on the state in the state. Ogun State can choose to be independent state, okay, and run its own affairs, its state, local government, and whatever, okay, to start with. And each state along the line that wants to go independent, be autonomous, they should be allowed to do so instead of making a blanket approach to the matter. Because if you make it blanket, it's not going to work. It's going to take forever.
No, Prince Daddy. If you want to make a policy, you cannot just say blah 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 that. When they talk about state police, it's okay. But when you are talking about become autonomous, there should be an act or abide by the constitution. Everybody go autonomous. Because if they don't go autonomous,
I'm trying to address the problem at the same time. You know it's not going to be easy.
Let me say
it's not going to be easy to do that. Well,
I'm just trying to what you are saying. If, for example, Ogun State become autonomous and they were quite successful, you will see more than 50% of Nigeria, they will just rush to Ogun State and then overstretch their resources again. This is not fair.
You're correct.
Well, if you ever hear me talk on this show, I always talk about immigration or border control. I always say that because I know what you're saying, of course, is right. See, the ability for each state to regulate its own population in and out is very important. And that's why I always make a point that it is, even right now, why do you think many people leave their state and go to Lagos State to overwhelm the resources and what they have over there? Because they have those amenities and they have those resources to expand.
Okay, Prince Daddy. You know, we are moving away from even the major structure.
Mr. Alam, yes.
Now, so let me tell you, progressive. You said this structure we have now is better than what we used to have. That's where I disagree with you. You know that what we used to practice as regional government is what Canada is practicing.
Yes.
You understand? So we are constitutional democracy and we are federal system.
The provinces are their own states.
Exactly. So
basically.
So now let me tell you something. Why will you separate Yoruba people into Ogun State Lagos State or your state, to the point that we now created, we even want Yoruba state to call it Kwara for the North Central to assimilate. You understand? So now, the Midwest we talk about the other time is this. You are not looking at the agenda there. The agenda, I'm sorry in quotes. No, I will offend AKO now. Okay, don't let me offend AKO.
I beg, talk it.
Which one? If you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, keep quiet. Then what is the
Okay. The thing now is this. Why they created Midwest was not for the interest of the Midwest. And why they created all
it's for the way he interest of East. So I know that one. So
what is in the public domain? That is what you are now afraid to say.
Now, the Eastern region, they wanted to assimilate Midwest.
That's true.
Now you will see the strategy. They put up both Obafemi Awolowo and Nauru. You understand the strong figure there behind the bar before they did that rubbish. So this problem of assimilation, trying to assimilate this land grabbing, has been happening in Nigeria for a very long time. Now, it is easier to assimilate you even when you divide into state than when you form a block of region. You understand? Just imagine Ondo State, Lagos State, everybody, you understand, you form a block. You understand? You can even easily repel or do or accommodate those people that even want to overload your state or your region. So I still believe that if we can go back to that regional structure, maybe six structure now. Now, because of the diversity of the South-South, let the South-South people, Ijo, Ishekiri, Urobo, let them put themselves in a block. Their diversity will manifest better. Now, but if you carry a door inside Yoruba will assimilate you. Even if they don't plan it nationally, if they don't plan it intentionally, naturally you'll be assimilated.
Yeah, they'll intermarry.
So the thing is, I think that regional structure, if we can revisit it, is the best for us, to be honest. You understand? So within your structure, if you like, you can create 1 million states. That one no concern us. You understand? Then we can have this counterbalance of people that want to go perpetrate themselves in power forever. That's okay. We can even have, like, people have suggested that, okay, we have 6 vice presidents. And you now rotate that president among yourself for ceremonial purposes.
But Ola, when we discuss that regional government, then we have to also look at the problem that occurred that period.
Mr.
Also,
you did, Mr. Allah, you did.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear you.
I was you didn't finish now. Now no finish. At all now.
We are still discussing now. I'm interjecting on that.
Progressive don't come out.
Only one talking. You don't finish. Simba
Mr. Progressive don't come out.
Wait.
Every time you guys don't want me to talk, especially since I don't know what the problem is.
Now they allow you to talk, Prince Daddy. And
Prince Daddy, what did you say? What did you say, Prince Daddy?
Don't mind him, Daddy. Simba continue. Don't mind him. You're behind you.
No, what I want to say is this. Yes, in as much as most of us were not there during that regional government, is the story that they told us that make us to think, it was very rosy, it was a good thing, and all those things. Though it comes with its own attendant problems, not even problems that time. Because let me tell you, the federal was too powerful also, and the federal power was actually was suppressing the regional government. Yes. So if we want to go back to that, we have to make sure that the power at the center was actually not too the center is not too powerful for them to be suppressing the regional government. Because that was what happened, and that was what actually led to the collapse of the regional government.
Mr. Ola, Mr. Simba, there's something that Mr. Ola said that
hold on, sorry.
Talk about
during the regional government, why was the federal still powerful when we have regional system?
Mr. Prince Daddy, hold on. Let me. There's something, Mr. Ola and Mr. Simba, you said that I want to agree with. Before, when I used to look at the history of our regional government and what happened with Awolowo, and after the Biafran War, and how I used to not like Awolowo, but when I read his book and I read his philosophy, I started to say that Awolowo would have been a better president for Nigeria than Azikiwe. So it would have been the best president Nigeria ever had.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate that he never became
I
president.
think, Ako, to support your idea, I think what Tinubu is doing now
No,
is.
don't bring Tinubu in here. I mean,
No, I just want to say something. Let me say whatever. You are free to say your mind. Don't stiffen people's voice.
because I wanted to answer the question
You are
that
like
things
a
that they asked.
General Simba, Abi, you are General Thomas now. I'm just looking
Okay.
at when he said that he likes
Okay, go ahead.
when he wrote Awolowo's book and he read his philosophy. To me, I think the current president just combine the ideology of Awolowo, that of MK Abiola, and with his own and Jara Dua. I don't mean the president or that general.
The mirror, yeah.
He put them together, and I think that really give him that wisdom to know how to navigate the complexity of Nigerian politics. So, and how to really rule as a president. So, in whatever you guys have been talking about, I would still support the idea, whether it's going to be regional or federal system, with a weak center and strong region or state, whatever we put. Let this state control their resources. Once they control their resources, the people in that state, we have mouth to hold their governor accountable. Because if you are paying tax to the governor and the governor is not doing anything in your state, then you don't need to be shouting your president or shouting the vice president or shouting people in the National Assembly. You hold your people. Leadership is through your own community. When in this advanced country, I don't need to know what is happening in the capital city of the country. I just go to my local government to do whatever I want to do. And their local government office is not as big, as wide as in Nigeria. It's just one story. It's over. And everything you want to do there, you can do, and it's fast. And they use digitalization very well. They communicate with you easily. But when so sometimes, but the problem we are having in the country is that what I see about Nigeria is that some people, because it's still a muddy place, and they have been eating from that kind of mud for a long time, they don't want that kind of change. They still want
Uncle Remy, you see what I'm still talking about?
I don't call you uncle. You started with your own politics.
I was talking about, I was talking about homogeneity the other time. You understand?
Yes,
Dividing into is the state status. You understand? Why can't we put you back together and form a region? Right. You understand?
Yes.
Carry
look at
together
like China. The reason why they were able
to...
Mr. Ola,
yes, sir.
To say what you're saying, I think why Azikiwe wanted to pull the Midwest, because when I was even reading about philosophy between Azikiwe and Awolowo, Azikiwe wanted a sanctified, unified Nigeria. And I think the reason why he wanted to do that is because he knew that the Igbo people is in our nature for us to want to dominate.
No. It's not. It's not like that. It's not. That's not. Let me tell you what happened.
No, but that's unfair.
It's not about dominance. Wait now. It's not about dominance. During the Civil War, you hear people saying that, when they cut off the food supply, that was why a lot of people died, and that was why they were able to win the war. No. Even ever before the colonial masters left Nigeria, let me tell you, in the Igbo region, that it was Ajayi Crowther when he was doing his what do they call this thing that the Christian evangelism, when he went to the east, he met a lot of people with malnutrition in the Igbo land. In fact, he was one that introduced cassava and maize to the Igbo land, because that place actually was not too the land was not too, it was not enough for the people to grow food, and they could only grow food only through maybe only a few months during the year. Yes, and then they lack protein. They don't even have any source of protein.
Yeah, no.
You understand? Protein, so the thing has been there. So they knew. And let me tell you, all these traveling that you see the Igbo doing is born out of necessity. It's not because it's in their nature, though. You understand? So when they say,
It
"Oh,
was discussed.
Igbo like to travel," they just no. It was born out of necessity because that land cannot contain them. That's why
So they need to move out.
so the need for
Think
them to
that what
expand
was their
to get
population
more
back
land
then?
and all those things is so it's not about dominance. It because they needed it to survive.
Well, you have to listen to Ikeo. I think that's what it resorted to. Eventually,
that's what
yeah.
Azikiwe knew, and that's what Awolowo was fighting against. Awolowo was like, "No, that cannot happen."
Let me add my voice if you don't mind.
Okay, let me have my voice first.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, actually, the question is for you. So you keep repeating this what you call it, homogeneity in these other countries that we don't have. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of your point, really. So because we're not homogeneous country or society, meaning we cannot develop like these other countries, or what is the point about that? Let's keep repeating it, because you know what? At the end of the day, before you answer, at the end of the day, sometimes we black people, we make too much excuses all the time. Okay, let's wait for the white man or the Chinese man to go and do it in a diverse way before we know, it's possible. So we always have excuses. For example, in Nigeria, hold on. In Nigeria,
Remy, let him land now. Let him land now.
See, in Nigeria, let's say we have actually, I said, our former leaders, they came from the minority tribe. Is that the case from Gowon to Muritala? They all came from minority tribes. So my point here is that you can even have a minority over the majority if they have a vision and the power to rule. They can rule the country in the right direction. So this excuse about we're not homogeneous society, therefore we cannot be as developed as the Chinese and this and that. It just cockamamie baloney stuff, if you ask me.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Do you want Remy? Hold on. The question is for me. Farabale, cool down. Cool down. No. If you want me to address it, I will address it. Okay, go ahead. No. Let me tell you one thing, Remy. What we are trying to do is to learn. There's difference between we want to talk and want to learn. So if he's asking me questions,
right. I just want to chip in this thing, and then you can
ship it and go ahead.
Because when Prince Daddy was talking about homogeneous society, I look at a country like China, but I look at how they have a dictatorial and authoritarian society for more than 30 years of their life, when their Mao Zedong was the chairman of the political party, and he had this enormous military and political power that can now, because it's a huge population, they need a strong leader. They cannot copy the Western style democracy. I think that is one of our major problems in that country. If to say, as Zikuwe, Awolowo, and the rest of them, they have worked together, not thinking about personal interest, and they have held that country for more than 25 years with the regional government, maybe all these military khaki people that came on board, we wouldn't have the opportunity to come on board and distort everything totally. So the Chinese example shows that when you have an homogeneous society and people, and they have true leadership that is dictatorial, authoritarian, with such a huge population, and then they use the power of the country to whip everybody together, the sky is your limit.
That's why I believe that Awolowo would have.
Okay. Prince Daddy, when I told you that I made research about it, I'm not just saying I just Google AIO. I put hypotheses forward. I put my hypothesis forward to now back it up with data. Maybe when we meet in the background, I may have to show you data like I was showing you about fencing Nigeria too. Now, the thing is this. When you go around the country across the world, you will see consistent data that's okay. The country that have huge percentage of homogeneity, they tend to develop better than those people without homogeneity. It's a fact. It's not a suggestion, it's not a makeup. You understand? It's a fact. So now the thing is this. when you have a country, even right in Nigeria, even things were not rosy in the earlier days. But when you look at the Western region, you look at the Eastern region, and you look at the Northern region, that homogeneity prove a point there. Yoruba, whatever crisis we had was not a crisis that was bringing us backward. We were still developing. Even the northern parts, whatever crisis that existed within them, you understand, it was not stopping their development, even though they were having crisis. The same thing, Eastern region. Now, but today, in the name of state now, we now have another dimension, because the tendency is now that you want a region that want to dominate the other. As a matter of fact, that's what scattered our first republic. That thing they said the other time, you understand, it was Azikiwe in the name of Pan-Africa and his agenda that crashed our republic today. Let us put culpability where culpability belongs. Azikiwe was happened to be one of the major reasons we are where we are today. So when they disrupted our homogeneity, what happened to us? We started coming backward. Today, we introduce a federal character. We now put some people that are incompetent there. So if this person get there, maybe a Fulani man come to that place. Now you now bring the matter of nepotism.
Sorry, we learn it. I need to follow you. So it's when they disrupt our homogeneity. When did we ever have one?
We had, because we were socialized.
Okay,
we were put in
hold on. Then you have to define for me what you mean by homogeneity. Then
no, let me explain to you. Let me explain to him. The homogeneity Ola was talking about was regional homogeneity. In the east, that time were dominated by the Igbos, in the west, Yoruba, and the north by the Hausa Fulani. You understand? So that was what he was talking about.
So and those regions were like autonomous. You understand? Now in Yoruba, now you cannot come and bring the idea of religion and say, oh, we must do this. They will push you aside. You cannot say I'm from Ekiti, you are from Ondo. Nobody want to listen to you because Yoruba is Yoruba. Nobody cares. But today, what we have today now is it because we be fragmented into states. Now you started hearing some kind of idea where even when you want to do this thing, when you want to move forward, some people will bring ethnicity. When ethnicity, you are able to tackle ethnicity, they will bring religion. When they bring religion, you start bringing different things. But now, if you structure the thing in such a way that you are giving autonomy to a group of people that they share the same cultural heritage, they have the same belief. You understand? Now, let me tell you one thing. If you had Kwara, even in as much as I would say, I don't want Kwara to join Yoruba, I bet you the crisis in Kwara State, if Kwara join Yoruba land today, they'll be assimilated. Because Yoruba will tell you that in my region, you can BS whatever religion you are bringing, it is my tribe first. Although BS, we will never see it there. Now, the same thing too, if you go to all those northern people, you understand, the people there, they will naturally overpower the remaining people. The crisis will be less because they will be the one to dominate. And one thing is this, once the people that have the greatest homogeneity when they're in power, you have less crisis. Because already you are giving them, because they are like, let's say they are about 80%, you give them power. They don't have problem with you. Everything is good because the remaining 20% people, they know that they cannot fight you out. So they tend to agree and there will be less crisis. But as we are today, Hausa, Fulani, they are the largest ethnic group when you put them together, followed by Yoruba, followed by this thing. And when you look at how we are big enough to cause crisis because we are countries on our own. Yoruba as a nation is a country on its own. The northern people, Hausa, Fulani, they are country on their own. Then the Igbo people, they are country on their own. So you now put 3 countries together and you want to now assimilate them into what they call Nigeria. As a Yoruba man, I don't want to drop my culture and start, my English is not even good. So you want to take my Yoruba away now and start speaking English that I don't even understand like I understand my Yoruba. It's not going to work. Or you want me now to drop my Christianity now, and all of a sudden now you want to give me the brand of Hausa Islamic. I will not take it. So we now focus more on ethnicity, something that will divide us, both religion and ethnicity. We now fight one another. So we concentrate on what we are not supposed to concentrate on. That's the problem. But when you look at Chinese now, probably most of them, they are just 80, they don't care. And you just want to go tell them that the social is you want to tell them how they are going to perish in hell. They will pursue you out because they can overpower you because of that population. So that regional homogeneity help each region to develop according to their own. But when you now merge us together now, and you are now putting federal character, you are now posting police now from Oyo State now to Kano State, Kano State. No, you've created confusion among people. You've created distrust already.
The reason why Akim was talking about that, I think it may be because he's a minority. He thinks that the federal system that we are practicing now give minority voice. That maybe by the time they give them regional, they might be swallowed by the dominant tribe within the region.
And they are even the worst victim now.
Simba. Exactly.
No, I get to Akim. Even you don't even realize that you are even the worst, the most victimized as we speak today. Look, your son from Jonathan got to that power. Some people did not even want to see that man. Oh, a child of fisherman ruling over me, all those kind of things. You know, Atiku started threatening. You know, Buhari started threatening.
No. See, Ola, that's not even the point we're talking about. So what we're trying to, so you see the reason why you get all these issues when it comes to somebody in Abuja, right? Is because the power is over concentrated. If you decentralize that power down, nobody will care what's going on. Because don't forget, Ola, so you live in your community, right? In your community, you have electricity, you have your public schools, you have your primary health centers, you have your roads to your farm, to your market, to everything you wouldn't care who is in Abuja. Like, you won't care.
What is happening to your connection, Akim?
Is it not the people they were Akko and Prince Adi, they are the one that are defending the poor quality things that China are manufacturing?
No, it's not the phone. Is my I think what is happening is my phone is overheating. I've tried to. That's why it came off.
Maybe it's Techno. Maybe it's Techno phone that Akim is using.
No, Techno is Samsung.
I don't know who has what's wrong between Akim and the Patoski. It's like Patoski on I was pass. The other one. Now, Akim, I'm not really against what we are talking about. I just want you to understand. Now, let me tell you one thing. The South people can form their own South region. Then you can now decentralize power within Europe. Okay, where you have concentration of a journal, you section them to the local governments and you let them rule themselves. When let's say you have 80% of Ijo, there is no way 20% Igbo there will say they want to destabilize you. Then go keep quiet. That's what we're saying. So those are kind of structure I'm saying. In the First Republic, we were still federal system. But in the Southwest, in the Western region, Yoruba dominated. That is why there was no crisis. We were moving forward. In the Northern region, Hausa Fulani dominated. That was why there was peace. In the Eastern region, the Igbo people dominated because that's what there's peace. But when you now mix them up in an unholy manner, you have this crisis.
Maybe there was no peace. So in the recent of it, there was no peace.
I'm comparing. No, I'm not saying, of course, peace. Like, since the word that suggested there's no peace anywhere, but I'm just comparatively. You understand? So
but
now,
you cannot be comparatively. This is what Ola, you cannot be comparatively in the age where we have social media and compared to the age where we barely even have newspapers. Like, we can't be doing that, man. Like, do you know what was going on that was not even captured? That were not. Do you want to tell me today? Do you want to tell me today that what happened in OD? You want to tell me today what happened in OD during Obasanjo? That if something like that happened today, do you know the outrage?
It will happen.
That will go around that country.
It will happen. It will happen. Because
you know the outrage that will go around that country.
It will happen because it's
how many people? Ola. how many people knew in that country that Omishore contested the election from inside police custody?
Police custody or
How
inside
many people
prison?
was aware?
Inside
Inside
prison.
prison, not police custody.
That's what I'm saying,
You are
prison.
addressing
From
the
inside,
word.
It's in prison. No? It was in prison.
how many people knew that Omishore contested the election while being detained for murder investigation? And he won that election.
Yeah,
And that was Obasanjo for you now.
How many people? How many people know? I'm telling you, how many people are aware of that? Do you know how bad things were? That you have to be politically aware
Is El-Rufai
for you to even have those information.
phone?
Then this one, you see, very that one they call very dark man. We carry camera put for this thing. They carry camera put for this thing. They say they do journalists. You see the other one they call different. Everybody everywhere carry camera everywhere. But things went down then. That if they happen today, you would think the world has come to an end.
No, progressive. I think you are not getting me. You see, I'm not necessarily moving away from your point. I think where the problem is this. Where the problem is coming is this.
No, Ola try and get his own point. He was saying that there were a lot of problems that time, but most people are not aware because of lack of information. You understand? And I agree. I agree with him because if you look at that time, Ola, it was terrible.
No, Simba.
It was terrible. I said people will tell you that this is the worst that Nigeria has ever been. I'm just look at them as like, you're stupid, man. You don't know nothing. Like you
no.
Like
no. When I talk it was better,
nothing.
I was not
How
talking.
can you say this is the worst Nigeria has ever been?
No. You should understand where I'm coming from. When you segment this thing, when you slice it, when I say it was better then, I'm not necessarily talking about riot and all those things.
I think Ola is talking more about economically.
God bless you. God bless you. That's exactly what I was talking about when I said it was better. Now,
what happened? The two of you reach an agreement, Remy and Ola. Now wow.
I saw.
So you want us to be fighting, Abby? Okay. Now. I mean, we know our enemy now.
so even Ola, even economically, I disagree with you. It was not. We were not better there economically. Like, let me explain something to you. When the things were good for you, okay, other people were seeing that sky from their basement. There was not too much light coming from that sky for them. Okay, so there were people who had it rough in that time when you say things were better. No, in a time where it was not better then. What you have to look is that if you want to look at those states, right? At the time, even when people would tell you, because that road is closed now. Even there were time when that road was closed, but you have boys, girls, young children plying that route. 15 years old girls, 14 years old girls, 13 years old girls, they were taking them on the road. Parents were granting their children to human traffickers to take them through that road. But that has reduced drastically. People try to even get this. There's people see chat, but they are trying to do it the legal way. Even though it costs more money, it tells you that people cannot afford to do it financially. Or compared to them, whereby they just compared to them, whereby the money is not there, you have to go through.
When you look at global data, World Bank, everything, you understand. The fact on grant suggested that it was better. You look at it through the social program. You look at it through education, how our industry was developing, and how some countries were coming to Nigeria to study our case and replicate the model we're using in our own country. See, let me tell you one thing. If we were not doing well, there's no way countries will come to you and go and replicate your model. Nobody wants to replicate Nigerian model today. Is it Boko Haram you want to replicate? Or what exactly are you going to replicate in Nigeria today? But those days they were coming to Nigeria to replicate.
So you want to replicate? So you want to replicate the era where you don't have access to connectivity. You want to replicate? Remember that time? You know what time TV station is talking and what time they finish?
hold on. Even as far back as 2020 something, even as far back as 2020 something, Aussies were still dumping their dung on the road of America.
Yeah.
When you see all those great depression when people pie, you know there was a time that that disease wiped almost half of European population.
Yeah.
You understand? Those were the kind of those diseases. So you play within the time. So when you want to do economics, you analyze within that time. You know,
context,
so you put it within the context of that period and the context of now. So you can't put the context of 1950 something.
You can't
dump it with that context now. You understand? So performance of the economy relative to that time compared to our economy relative to today. You understand? In fact, Nigeria was like a developed country. That
it was even higher growth.
I totally agree with Ola on this submission.
How can you say Nigeria? How many kilometers of third road did we have then?
You see,
what are we talking about?
What is the population of the country that back then as well? What is the population of the country that have access to jobs?
Forget that one. How many kilometers of third road did we have then?
But if you compare with all these developed countries in America too, where America in the early 1970s as well.
If you want to ask this question,
you're talking about time where.
Oh, okay, progressive. If you want to talk that way, I said Aussies were still used as means of transportation as far back as 1920s in the United States of America. And United States of America was still one of the world. You understand? Now,
on the road, going back to 1920s, we're comparing the Nigeria of that time and today.
Of 1960s.
I'm telling you,
but
take America out of it. Take America out of it.
I'm telling you, so the indices you were using is not fair to the current reality.
It's not fair, exactly.
That time we have industry that even with our population,
it is the comparison that we are making. We're not comparing today Nigeria with today America. We're comparing today Nigeria with yesterday Nigeria.
Exactly.
So that's the comparison. So why are we going to America?
Is saying that if you're comparing, you have to be fair in the comparison.
If you are comparing today with yesterday,
but how am I supposed to be fair? Like, tell me, how am I supposed to be fair?
Because you have to consider the context of Nigeria then. Nigeria was a rising
which of the generation would you prefer? Which of the generation would you prefer to live in? Today generation or then?
Okay, can I respond to you? I think it's a kind of mix together because there's no something static here. Things continue to change year in, year out. So if we put that one into consideration, we cannot totally say which one do we prefer. Because as of today, we can see what technology can do for us. And
but you came to a conclusion to say one era was better than the other era. So if then you are saying that you cannot compare.
I supported Ola on the economic viability that we have under the regional government. I'm not talking about the political angle.
But this is the same conversation I'm having. That
we are good. We are good in 1960. We are really good. You can see that competitiveness was there.
No, you were not good. You were not good. You had you were not good. You had your no. You were not. You were not good. You thought you in your head you thought you were good, but you're not good.
Okay, fine. We are not
Mr. Progressive, please explain that statement.
I think Baba should be.
Yes, in your head you thought you were good. You thought that was.
Are you remember?
Yes, that's.
They were giving them.
I'm talking about the 1950s to the early 1960s.
Free education. Awolowo was giving every
hold on.
Citizen free education.
Hold on. So how many people have access to electricity then? How many people have access to power to water?
You are mentioning this wrongly.
How many people have access? What do you have access to then? You had food.
Wait, I even want to. Do you know, Mr. Progressive? Do you know that then Nigeria even used to have street light before London? That London they used to use gas to run their street light. Nigeria was running electricity with street light. Street light that time.
That's not true. How can you say Nigeria was street light that time? Who gave you street light?
No,
street light where?
Let me respond to Progressive.
You got technology to put street light where? Where did you come up with the technology to do street light? Street light that you didn't do today, you were doing it then.
Yes, because Nigeria was actually very advanced then compared to now.
No, Nigeria was not advanced then. Let us stop this now.
Let me respond.
Nigeria was not advanced then. The first set of railway that we have was built by the British people. What are we talking about here?
You are right. Let me respond to you this way. During that time, the education was top notch that time. So if you are extremely good, you get to the university. But at that time, standard 6 that time was so superb that when my father writes, when he talk about us about what they gain, you will be they were really treated nice. Most of my brothers, they went to boarding house, and when you see the quality of how they speak, how they handle themselves, you will know they have top notch education. It was so good. But unfortunately, for the time we started having problems is because of this military taking over from Nigeria and the counter coup and the rest. And some of our founding fathers also have their own personal, especially, I'm sorry to say, Atiku is the architect of all this problem, okay? Because he wanted the unitary government where he can have absolute power.
So let me hold on 1 second. They had top quality education, right? That's what you say now. So when you have top quality education, hold on. When you have top quality education, it's supposed to result in certain progress within the society.
But there's a
So
lot of
how many successful research? Hold on.
Let him talk.
How many successful researchers came out from those quality education? How many successful engineers?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
How many came out from that quality education?
Let me answer.
Remy, you will continue. See, Akim, you are taking this thing out of context, and I will tell you what you are doing now, and this argument will never end. Human being plays within space and time. You understand? Now, today, you can even compare America today to America of 1960. Now, in 1960, we don't have AI, we don't have all these, even the medical services, they are not better in any way. So today, some people may want to say that today America is better than that of yesterday because of capability. But in the recent, if you
look at the quality.
Exactly. If you want to rate America of yesterday, you rate
quality was higher
within the performance within that time and space, and you rate today within that time and space. It's possible for you not to have road in 1950s, not to have some other thing, but when you look at the index, then you can have like say 95% performance. Now, despite of you having road AI today, you can still measure the index today, and we come to 60%. So, but you cannot go to the time in the past.
Yeah, but what are you what are you using to measure this? What are you using to measure this index?
Let me respond to what you raised.
90% of the people there were farmers. They go to farm, so they were not really having like income in a way.
See, during the early 1960s, there was a lot of research institutes in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Midwest that time. You can see cranes.
Functional.
Yeah, they were functional, and that is why you see the cocoa revolution and the rubber cocoa revolution in the southwestern part of the country. So they were quite organized. But what killed us is that because of that boys coming into power, it's really destroy everything in that country. Now, let me put this scenario to you. Let me ask you a very good question. Let's assume there was no distortion or there's no from the military khaki boys. If there's none, and then we have Awolowo, Atiku, and things continue to go.
Nigeria would have been far ahead.
It will be better off today. All this application will not have come into being because everybody was just.
Hold on, let me ask you my question. Simba, do you want to move this into the background at 5 hours mark?
Okay.
Simba is Lamilawon.
Me at this time of the day.
Remy, you need to understand that Siba is in Saudi. Or don't be saying things that you're not supposed to be saying.
It does not matter. That is where the action is.
Akim, I want you to get my point. So, you see, one thing is this. Those days, okay, if you want, this is the indices that we use for 1960s. Now, you said people were farmers, whether they are farmers or whatever they were doing. That time, we have a very low unemployment rate.
Yes.
The crime rate was extremely low. The purchasing power was very strong. Now, if you now come to healthcare and healthcare now and education access, it was limited. Because we cannot compare access to education in the 1950s and 40s to what we have now. You understand what I'm saying now? So if you want to say, okay, is education now better now than in 1950? And then, of course, yes. But was our purchasing
what
power?
about the quality? Quality.
No, it's better. It's
quality
better now. No, it's better now. Baba is better now because the fact on ground is showing it. That is why that you see when you are seeing invention, when you are seeing Nigeria that is better now. So use facts. It's not this. I'm not even using the feelings. Facts on ground and what is coming out. So those are the things. Economy, then our purchasing power, our economic activities were stronger in those days than now, whether we like it or not.
$1, yeah.
So you find it with the World Bank, you find it with IMF. I'm not the one speaking.
What did you purchase? What were you purchasing that you have a purchase? What were you purchasing? Well,
whatever you were purchasing then. Whatever you were see that time you don't need to be you don't need to purchase by my limousine.
Exactly. Yeah, but what were you purchasing? You were buying nothing. You were buying nothing.
What Mr. Hakim, you are buying nothing.
I think maybe what Ola is trying to tell you is that the what do you call it? The purchasing power of the currency that time was strong enough. How much are they
people
buying?
That were traveling? People that were
and
traveling from Lagos to London.
How much?
So Ola, please, can you do me a favor, please? Can you tell me, Ola, please, can you do me a favor? Can you tell me from what year to what year you're actually talking about, so that I can know how to bring some conversation into it?
I'm talking of late 50 to our first republic. I'm talking that to our first republic. You understand? When we're talking of
from
economy,
1952 or 1954 to around before 1965.
To 1966.
So, but at that time there was nothing to. What do you mean purchasing? What were you purchasing at the time?
We were purchasing.
How many people had income?
Okay, have you seen? Hold on, have you seen Adebisi house in Ibadan, for example? Have you seen Adebisi house in Ibadan?
That you are calling my in-law. You don't know.
You understand? Go and look at his building then.
Hold
on now. Go and look at his building
even
then.
When you go to the east too, and you see the quality of building.
Go and look at the Adebisi house that time. You understand?
They call it Adebisi mansion. It has over 30 rooms. And
30 rooms, 50 something rooms. 50 something rooms.
50 something rooms, sorry. And
so that's 50. So that one is 50 something room. That one is 50 something. So do we want to compare to houses?
I want you to get that houses
now. No.
You compare it to what was obtainable then.
Let me say this. You know when you go to Europe.
This is what I'm doing. I'm trying to explain to you. Okay, Ola, let me explain to you. Let me 1 second. I want to tell you something, right? So, growing up, right? I know that I didn't grow up in that era of First Republic, right? I didn't either. But growing up, I grew up in a society whereby in the street, it could be 1 or 2 houses that